Hello and welcome to the 2020 SpaceChem Tournament Round 9 results video. Okay, we got a cast of thousands. Let's go. Today it's me, it's got Biggie. Hello, Biggie.
Hello, hello.
brookieoz.
Hello.
And Gigs.
Yes, hi.
We've also got JoJo.
Hello.
Lazy Comet.
Hello.
RPO.
Greetings.
And last in the alphabet is Zig. Hey, Zig.
Hi.
Okay, now. We've got to thank our tournament host, RPO, who's here. Thank you. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, IEEE, he's not here. But RPO made all the puzzles, and IEEE took all the submissions and tabulated the results. And I think both of them would rather be playing in the tournament than running the tournament. But they took the hit, and we got to play. And thank you guys very much. Also want to thank the people who developed the community edition of the game. That's IEEE and Chaboka. The whole tournament was positioned around doing puzzles that could not be done in the game without the community edition. All special community edition features were used in the puzzles, and the community edition has lots of great stuff. Anyone who's playing the game should really be playing with the community edition. That's my opinion. You can have multiple solutions to puzzles. You can, it's just glorious.
They recently added scrolling on commands to change them.
Yeah, that's really cool. You can use the mouse wheel
By
to
right-click menu.
yeah, you can use the mouse wheel to rotate your flip-flops and sensor commands and change grabs to grab drops and vice versa and things like that. Anyhow, definitely use the CE version of the game. Almost forgot to mention it, Lazy Comet made these annotations for reactors to show which paths waldos are taking when they process particular bit patterns. They're really helpful in explaining things, and I know Lazy Comet worked really hard on them. So thank you, Lazy Comet. We're looking forward to seeing those. Now, RPO has made all the puzzles, and he's going to explain today's puzzle. So go ahead, RPO.
All right. So, as is tradition for the tournaments, we tend to have a special challenge involving a generalized input of some type for the final week. And in this case, what I chose to do is Rule 110. And that might mean something to people that already know computer science and whatnot. But basically what it is that I'll give you this input ring, and the puzzle itself will give you every single possible combination because the input space was small enough. But you'll get this input ring, and what you need to do to it is you need to evolve it in a certain way that I described. And what that means is that if you look at every single atom inside this ring of zinc and neodymium, based off of that ring, or based off of a given atom in that ring, and its two neighbors, you'll look at those and replace that center atom with a new one based off of the eponymous Rule 110. So if you see this chart below here, 110 in binary is actually 011011110, which would be,
if we read backwards from the bottom right corner and go up to the upper left corner, you get that pattern. The generated atom in the table. 111 generates a 0, 110 generates a 1, and go backwards going up at what's being generated. And that'll add up to 110 in binary. But that's kind of very technical.
Yeah. So practically what you do is that, let's say for this given example, we start at the top left atom. We see the two neighbors are zinc. So we just look at our lookup table and we see that 3 zincs mean it needs to output a zinc. So our example output has a zinc there. We move on to the next one. it's 3 zincs. Sorry, if we move clockwise from there, it's 3 zincs again, so your output is zinc. And then if you go to the third atom, the zinc has neighbors of zinc and neodymium, which that, if you look at the output table, has neodymium as its output. So that would be a neodymium output. So that's the puzzle in as it's normally explained. The interesting thing about this is that Rule 110 has been shown to be Turing complete, which means if you can get SpaceChem to follow this rule and output the appropriate atoms based off of the state of the ring, you'd be able to show that SpaceChem can do anything. Which, this has been proven before, but that was the inspiration of this puzzle, to show that SpaceChem's capable of universal computation. But that's getting into the weeds. That's the puzzle.
Here is the space where we're actually solving the puzzle. And go ahead, RPO.
Alright, so the way this puzzle is set up is that it's a sandbox puzzle, so we're giving you every option you could possibly take. But the Community Edition gives you a lot of options for the reactors, for the amount of components inside of the reactors. So, for example, the Von Ripper reactor contains everything you could use in a reactor that's just that doesn't involve nuclear math. So you have all 8 bonders, you have 4 sensors, and 4 swappers. Your next option would be the supernuclear reactor, which forgoes the swappers and instead has all of the various fusion lasers and fission lasers. Probably an abundance of those, but we don't want to limit your options at all. Then lastly, you have the Super Sandbox Reactor, which, just like the normal sandbox reactor, has everything you could possibly want in it. The only reason why you choose a different reactor in this puzzle is because you want to deal with moving the components less. Because frankly, it takes up a lot of space, and moving those around isn't fun. In addition, for this puzzle, so many credits to Chavoka and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 IEEE, because we got a custom input creator and custom output reader that allows us to consider every possible input in this puzzle correctly as it would go on, and to regulate the flow of those inputs and to make sure you're only processing 1 ring at a time. We have this fixed input output reactor, which will take an input, push it out, and then wait until that ring is processed and output before it gives you another one. Now, we set up the puzzle this way because we were more interested in seeing how quickly you could process a single ring rather than how you could process them in massively parallel ways. And that's because Rule 110 is supposed to only be applied to 1 ring. We just wanted to make sure that you could apply it to every ring possible.
Now, why don't you explain why we have all these silly rotate commands that are not connected to anything, and just, I'm going to re-emphasize the point. This fixed reactor is fixed. We are not to edit the program. We can move things around, but no, we're not supposed to do that. Why are these rotates around?
Yeah, so because we're enforcing this fixed reactor that you can't change anything about, we wanted to make sure that it's easy to still understand the metrics of your solution. So we added 12 rotate symbols here because, well, it only had to be 2, but in the previous iteration of the puzzle, it used to be slightly different. But the only reason to do that is because it's a round number. You know you have exactly 30 symbols to start off with, So if you add your new reactors with however many symbols, you just need to subtract 30 off the score, which is easier than, say, 17 symbols, or I think this would normally be 18 symbols.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'll also mention that the output reactor the fixed input-output reactor outputs every 10 cycles. So it takes 10 cycles before that first output comes out. Just so that it's as easy as possible for anyone who is working on the puzzle to understand those things.
Only things left to talk about are the metric and the score. So let's go talk about the metric, RPO.
Okay. So the metric for this puzzle will be more complicated than what we've seen before. It's the floor of the cycles divided by 500 times 1 plus 0.1 times the reactors minus 2. And what that complicated formula is, generally, it's cycles times a multiplier based off of how many reactors you have. And to start off with, we have the floor of the cycles divided by 500. There's 4,096 inputs in this solution. So we're going to have cycle counts into the millions. The good solutions will be to the 100,000s. I didn't want people to worry about saving 1 or 2 cycles. So the metric there, by dividing by 500 and then taking the floor, we're basically saying your cycle count fits inside a bucket. And if you want to improve your score, you're going to have to somehow improve it by at least 500. Technically, you can improve it by less than that if you end up very close to a bucket, but you're only moving by a whole bucket at a time. And then the second part of that metric there, the 1 plus 0.1 times reactors minus 2, is just a multiplier on that. So you're going to have to place at least 1 reactor here because you're not able to change the fixed reactor in any way. So you're going to have at least 2 reactors and a maximum of 12. So if you have 2 reactors, the multiplier becomes just a straight 1. If you have 12 reactors, it goes all the way up to 2. So your score can be your score, or it might be doubled if you have an excess of reactors.
Okay. I think that explains it pretty well. Each reactor costs you additional 10% on your cycle count. Let's go talk about those scores, though. What's this?
Yeah, this is the final round of the tournament. We gave you more time to work on it, and more importantly, it's more difficult than, well, it requires much more thinking than any of the previous puzzles, so it's worth double.
Oh, wow. Double points. Thank you, RPO. Let's go take a look at these solutions now. The first solution's by Bavarium in 19th place, and brookieoz is here, going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Brookie.
Yeah, so we want to take a look at how these solutions begin with a complicated puzzle such as implementing Rule 110. And before I actually get started with the solution, I like to mention that we're using zinc to indicate zeros, neodymium to indicate ones, and we have a recycler, which allows us to throw away things. So we don't actually have to use the atoms that we're given, that was the original input box, to make the output box. We could construct whatever we want and then throw away what we don't need. So we do have some freedom in choosing how to approach this kind of problem. So in terms of indicating which reactors we're looking at, we're going to go by this. We're going to say that the default reactor, which is going to be present exactly the same in every solution, we're going to call that R0. And the first reactor that goes after that, where it gives this input box. That's going to be called R1. And then essentially sequentially after that, it'll likely be R2, R3, etc. One thing that you'll note is that there is always going to be what looks like a feedback loop from likely the last reactor all the way back to this default reactor. And that's there because we don't actually directly output into the binary string molecule checker, the Rule 110 validator. Instead, what happens is we have to give our output back to the default reactor, and then let the default reactor output it. The reason why it's doing that is because the default reactor has the sink, and essentially it prevents you from operating on the second box before the first box is finished. So that's why we have to do that.
The rings are made up of zinc and neodymium, and that's interesting because these two elements have curious atomic numbers. Brookie, why don't you explain that to us? Yeah,
so zinc is atomic number 30, and neodymium is atomic number 60. Why is this important? Well, in SpaceChem, we have two readily available mathematical operations, essentially fusion math. We can add two numbers together, and we can divide by 2. This is very useful because we can add zinc to itself or to get neodymium, and that's very easily done. Or we can split neodymium to get back to zinc. So this makes it a lot easier to essentially make operations on whatever our inputs are. In contrast to something like scientific binary in 2018, where we had iodine and osmium, which did not have anything like this. Anyhow,
let's go take a look. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The reason why zinc and neodymium were chosen was RP0 said that he originally wanted to have both the atoms indicating 1s and 0s to have only 2 maximum bonds, which was originally going to be beryllium and oxygen, beryllium being element 4 and oxygen being 8. So it would have the same property of 0 plus 0 gets you the atom that indicates 1, and dividing that gets you back to where you started. But then they wanted to have different colors for indicating 0 and 1. And so RP0 wanted to do maximum bond limit number 2 and 3, and zinc and neodymium actually happened to be the only pair that's, at least implemented in SpaceChem, that have maximum bond limits of 2 and 3, where the atomic number of the twice as big atom is exactly twice the number of the smaller atom.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's go take a look at his Reactor 1. Oh, boy.
Yeah, so one of the first things that you'll notice about Rule 110 is it's pretty complicated to implement Rule 110. This first reactor might look like it's doing a lot, but there's actually no logic related to Rule 110 in this specific reactor. All the actual Rule 110 implementation is in the second reactor. But this reactor still does a lot of input processing, and that makes it really important. So what is this reactor doing? Right now, it's actually making a copy of the top left 3 atoms. So once it makes this copy, blue is going to grab onto it. It's going to split it, so it divides everything in half. Zinc becomes phosphorus, and neodymium becomes zinc. And then this stick is given to Reactor 2.
Let's go take a look at that. Here's in Reactor 2. Hang on 1 second. Let me turn on red. Go ahead, Brookie.
Right. So Reactor 2 is where all the logic actually happens when it comes to Rule 110. So Bavarium does probably the simplest way of detecting Rule 110, which is not to say it's a bad thing. It's probably the most straightforward way, and in this case, it's pretty good. Essentially what he is doing is that he's checking the first atom to see if it's phosphorus. Why is he doing this? Because this allows him to split it into two different cases. Rule 110 has essentially 3 different cases that will get you zinc, and everything else will get you neodymium. These cases are the 000 case, the 100 case, and the 111 case. If you are trying to implement Rule 110 in the simplest way possible, this is it. You check the last 2 digits to see if they are both zeros. If they are, then you know that the output has to be a 0. And then the only other thing you have to check is the 111 special case. And once you've checked both of those, you will know whether or not you need a 0 or a 1. Because everything else will be a 1, and only those 3 cases will get you 0. So what is Bavarium doing here? Well, he's checking to see if the first one is a 1 or a 0. So this, he separates out into everything on the left side and everything on the right side if you're looking at the lower right corner, which is the Rule 110 mapping. So everything on the left side begins with a 0, and everything on the right side begins with 1. In the case that he senses a phosphorus, that means that he knows that he has 0xx. In this case, the only thing he has to check for is the 000 case. And he does this by fusing his entire stick there, and if it's the 000 case, he will end up with element 45, because that's what 3 phosphoruses add up to. The other way that he checks for the other cases is you need 100 or 111. The other possibilities is 101 and 110 on that left branch. If he fuses all of those in, both 110 and 101 will end up making element 75, and that's how he checks for that case. Everything else, the 100 and 111 case, will not be detected, and that will end up making they'll end up producing, it'll branch into the case where it creates a zinc instead of a neodymium. Okay. So just by checking this, he's able to implement Rule 110.
Let's go. Prepare red visibility back on. Get rid of the overlay. Hang on, let's turn red off again. The zeros are generated by splitting the neodymium, or they're generated as 1s by not splitting. Let's turn red on, and let's watch this go.
So red fuses in all of the stick, and then when he sinks, the blue will go down and detect and see if it is one of the cases that ends up creating a 0. In this case, it was the 000 case, so it created rhodium, and blue ends up splitting, and you have the zinc. Now, the zinc here is actually dropped and stored in the reactor. Bavarium is a little bit special compared to the rest of the solutions because he actually doesn't check 3 atoms and then shift his reading frame over by 1 to check the next 3 atoms, the very next atom over. Instead, he actually checks the 4 sides of the box and then shifts the entire box by 1 and then checks the next 4 sides. What this means is that he actually has to assemble 4 different like sticks before he assembles the entire box at the very end.
Well, let's go see him do the assembly, and then we'll look at the scanning. Or would you like to do the other order, Brookie?
We can go back to the first reactor.
Let's go back to the first reactor.
Right. So right now he is making a copy of the next side.
Still these 3.
Yeah, and then he'll rotate that and then make a copy of the next side. So he repeats this 4 times to make a copy of the entire box. But then he has only really scanned like a quarter of the information that he actually needs, and to get to the next, a third of the information that he needs. So to get to the next third, he actually ends up shifting the entire thing over by 1. And to do this, he deconstructs the box by debonding it.
Where's this happening?
And then he rebonds it.
There we go. Is this it?
Yeah. So he rebonds it in a way that ends up with all the atoms shifted over by 1.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. So then he repeats this process and essentially makes the next copy of 3 atoms. But remember, this box is now shifted over by 1. So he's looking at different information right now. If you go to the second reactor...
Why don't we watch that reconstruction one more time?
Sure.
So here's the 3rd edge of the box being reproduced. Top 3 atoms. And the 4th one. And now we'll get reconstructing that box one more time. Okay, here we go. Everything's on the bonders. He breaks this bond, breaks this bond. Or, wait a minute. There he's breaking the bonds.
That's neat.
Yeah, it is neat.
Yeah.
And where's he make that last bond back again? I guess it's not really needed.
It's not really needed.
It's not needed. Let's go to reactor 2.
Right. So you might notice that there's now 8 atoms in this reactor. So because of the way he's scanning over the boxes, he makes 4 atoms, but they're all on different sides. He's unable to actually... he's unable to start making the box 1 atom at a time because of the way that he's scanning. So he ends up making each side separately, and then at the very end he bonds all these sides together to make his final box.
Okay. Here's the penultimate bit being made, and it goes there. And finally we'll put one over here. And there it is. Our last sink.
Right. And now he needs to fix the orientation of that stick, and then there's a bunch of special casing, and then eventually the box gets assembled.
And here's our box.
Yep.
And it's coming out here, going back in. Let's watch it come into the fixed reactor.
Right. So that sink that red is about to hit tells blue, okay, we've gotten our box. You can now input the next one and give that over.
And so 1 out, 1 in. It's kind of like a token. Can't go through unless you give them the next one. And here's the second input coming through. Going to be processed.
Yeah.
And there you go. Now, this solution is a little bit slow. How slow? Well, it's going to take a little bit of time for us to get to 4096. So, let's just sit back a little bit. Or we can just go here. Here we go. Surprise! We made it to the end. Bavarium got 19th place with the solution with a cycle count of, oh gosh, 5,839,876. I think I did that right. Giving them a metric of 12,846.9 and a score of 1.530. Really nice. I think this is your first tournament, Bavarium. Really well done getting a week 9 solution done. This is my first week 9 solution done, and really impressed you did this. I'm really impressed I did this. Next solution's by RPO. He's our tournament host, and he's here to explain it to us. Go ahead, RPO.
Alright, so my solution tries to be as simple as possible. That's arguable whether or not my mind is as simple as other people would think, but in any case, there's 3 main reactors that go in a line. First one, the second one, and then the third one has to do a weird loop thing. And then you also have what's called feedback reactor and just the input merge reactor. So if we could go to the bottom one that links together the zinc and neodymium.
Okay.
So this reactor is the simplest one in the bunch. It just brings in a zinc and neodymium and then merges the streams such that they're interleaved. First zinc, then neodymium. Just wanted to quickly mention that before we get into the nitri.
And that's going in here and back it up right there. This reactor next?
Yes.
Well, let's start from the beginning.
So my solution starts off by creating a stream of single inputs that outputs into the next reactor, which would be in theory scanned and run. It'd probably have been smarter to just scan the ring wholesale, but this is what I did. So into the next reactor.
Okay.
Alright, so there's some initialization for this reactor to create a strand of 3
Let's watch it from the
atoms.
beginning.
Yeah, so it waits on its input, brings 2 in, and then the flip-flops breaks it out of that loop. So now it's going to just add 1 string per step from then on. And what it'll do is I'll take its input ring of 3 atoms, run it across the center, see at the top there, and then blue is going to run along a line of 3 sensors. And
let's go see if I can get my annotations to work. How about that? Let's turn off red's visibility. And let's see if I got my annotations. There we go.
so I don't think there is possibly an easier way that you could set up the scanning of the ring. What this solution will do is that it will check if you have neodymium zinc zinc, and if it's not neodymium zinc zinc, it will check if it's zinc zinc zinc. And if it's not zinc zinc zinc, it'll check if it's neodymium neodymium neodymium. It is hoped that future solutions will compress this and make this much better, but I'm the tournament host, so I can make this as simple as I want. This will add a lot of time because we're scanning 3 different loops with several flip-flops, but yeah, this will go through, and if one of the 3 checks pass, it will output a zinc. Otherwise, it'll output a neodymium based off of the interleaving we had before, where it'll swap 1 additional time, or not.
Okay, well, let's turn on the red's visibility again and watch this thing work.
Yeah, so that was the reading there. Now it's going to add a new input, and it's going to go through and be read again. We have to make sure it rotates such that orientation is made. But now it's scanning through again.
And in this particular case, it's neither zinc, zinc, nodillium. It's not zinc, 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 nor is it nodillium, nodillium, nodillium. So it's going to fall through and go this way. There it goes.
Yep, and then you just have one swap, outputs, and then it'll rectify a little bit, and then wait for the next scan. So you might notice that if this goes through, or if this needs to go through 12 times, and I'm outputting one string at a time, how am I supposed to read the first two atoms of the input? Because I had a startup loop where those first two atoms aren't read. And the way I solve that problem is that I have a feedback reactor, which is the top input, or the top output of this reactor.
Okay. Is it time to go take a look at that reactor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's go take a look at this feedback reactor.
So, this feedback reactor has two jobs. One, it needs to throw into the trash all the used up inputs. Because we're interleaving the zinc and neodymium, you need to make sure that every other output is thrown into the trash. And it also needs to send back the first two inputs so that we can read those later on. And what that amounts to is you input two results. One is the trash atom, one is the old atom of the ring. You swap one out, and then you advance the zinc of blue. And blue, at the very start of the ring, will make sure that the first output into trash doesn't happen. For the first two outputs into trash don't happen, which in fact sends back those two atoms, which will allow them to be read later on into the solution.
And here we are, we're back at the very beginning. We're going to wait a little bit. That beep sound we heard was one atom being, one molecule being accepted. Here's the first one. It did not get trashed. And here's
the second one.
Okay.
So now if you follow that along, back to the first reactor, R1, all I have to do for this guy is that after 12 inputs, 12 outputs, I just need to output those additional two. So this reactor will per ring output 14 inputs, the first two and the last two being exactly the same.
And they eventually go into this one just as they ordinarily would. This one doesn't care about 12, 14, or any number. It just processes the... Or does it?
It does count up to 12 to make sure that it can do the startup loop once we get to the next ring. But in theory, if this solution only ran one ring, I could simplify it a little bit.
Okay.
So, in any case, this will output the correct molecule for all 12 inputs. If you take the bomb output out, it'll take us to the assembly reactor.
This one.
Which this just goes around and assembles it. I'm sure this could be simplified and made less complex, but that's not my job. One thing to note here is that in the input stream reactor, or the thing that broke this down into a stream, I broke it down in blocks, so it went down in lines. But I have to assemble it in L shapes, and that's because the L shapes are offset by 2 from the line block of 3. So you have to make those, and then I have to rotate a bit to get the orientation. But that's all that needs to be mentioned there.
Okay. There's an output going out. And it's going through here, back to the beginning, and we give them our token, and we get another. It's getting split up, and it's being processed one string of 3 at a time. Here are the first 2 going out to be input again. And here we're accumulating corners to made in our final output ring. Let's just go a little faster in this big zoom world. And there's another one we made, 3, 4, 5. Oh gosh, it's going to take a little bit of time. So let's skip the time travel instead. Here we are. RPO's our tournament host. He had a cycle count of 2,836,484. This would give him a metric of 7,940.8. But unfortunately, RPO as our tournament host gets no score, but all the thanks for making these great puzzles for the tournament. Thank you very much. Next solution is Britboy, bringing up 18th place, and Lazy Comet here is going to discuss it. Go ahead, Lazy.
All right. So let's take a look in the first reactor. In here, there's a little bit of special casing that happens for the first input from the main ring, because we use this reactor quite a bit as part of a feedback loop. So we're going to first output that ring into the next reactor, where all the logic happens. And we'll come back to this reactor once we finish processing part of the ring. So let's move to the next reactor.
Okay.
Because nothing really happens for a little bit. You may want to start this one over. And so when the first ring comes in, we're actually going to debond the ring into sticks of 3. And blue's going to take 2 of those sticks and move them to the next reactor, while red is going to take 2 of those sticks and pass it through a small logic gate that does rule 110. And depending on the output of that logic gate, red will either be on a path to grab a zinc, or on a path to grab a zinc and then bond another zinc into it to form neodymium, and that gets us our 1 and 0 case. So if you hide blue's path and put on the overlay, you can see the logic that red is doing. Red is grabbing, and he's reading from right to left. So he'll sense 2 atoms at a time. And we're going to see in this case, he's going to stop, and on this case, we're going to see that we have at least a zinc. So we're going to have one of the possible cases, which is X00, X01, or X10. In this case, we have 100. So we're going to trigger down. And now we're going to check for a zinc in there, because if we have a zinc, that's going to be an output of 1. If we don't have a zinc there, it's going to be a 0, because according to our Rule 110 chart, X00 always makes 0. 1 or a 0 in the first bit doesn't really matter. So this is some very quick sensing using 2 sensors at a time.
And we have the 00 case, so we're going to go down and collect 1 zinc.
Yes. And red will always drop off the thing it sensed in that spot, so blue can pick it up and move it around.
And
because red has to reuse the path, he has to rotate the molecule around to read it the correct way, because if you read it backwards, it does not follow... Rule 110 is not reversible.
okay. Well, here is 001.
or in this case, X01.
Yeah, you often don't need to know the third input unless you're in the 111 case. Just know the third bit.
Let's go turn on blue for a moment. Because
Yeah, it has a fuse that will hit. That'll either fuse in nothing or another zinc into red's path, and it's perfectly timed.
Making the neodymium. That represents the output of that 01001, I believe, is what we had.
Yes.
Okay.
You can turn the overlay off now.
Okay, I will do.
So, we're scanning 2 sides at a time, but you'll notice that we just keep grabbing the same part of the ring. So how do we advance the information? Well, that's what the third reactor does. So, we've seen... oh no, my bad. The first reactor. The first reactor is... I told you to come back to it. The first reactor is now reassembling the ring in the alpha area, where the bonders are in a slightly different arrangement to where they were in the next reactor. So that means is all we have to do is just, if we just shift the sticks of 3 over by 1 spot, bond them together, move them to the next reactor, and then break the bond again, we've effectively rotated the entire ring without rotating it. We've seen this done in the previous solution, but that was done entirely in 1 reactor. Splitting it up into 2 reactors makes it a much more faster and efficient way of rotating a ring by bonding and debonding.
And he shows this with his annotations. Here he's got the Y. It's kind of like an indicator. And here it's there, and it comes in as here. And so it rotates the whole ring around by 1.
Just by shifting the placement of the sticks of 3.
Right.
So we can go now to the final assembly reactor, where we see that we're assembling it from 2 sides at a time because we're scanning it from 2 sides because of what Fred is doing.
Okay, well, let's go watch from the beginning of a new atom. There's a beep saying we got one in. There we go.
Yeah, so this is just because we're scanning from 2 sides, we have to assemble from 2 sides, which makes the assembly path a little complicated. This does eat into the latency of assembling a new ring, but considering how slow their sensing path is on red, because red is also performing the movement of grabbing and moving the input, the 1 or 0 bit to the next reactor. This reactor, it spends most of its time waiting on that reactor anyways.
There we go. There's our ring. I love the way how blue assembles 2/3 of the thing and can't do no more, so it asks red to do the rest.
Yeah. I like how fast it is when it finally finishes assembling the ring. The latency between the final ring assembly and outputting is like 3 or 4 cycles, which is pretty great.
Yeah. Let's go watch it one more time. I also had to study the flip-flop, how he made it go to 8 different spots. Blue. Britboy seems to be a master of doing these flip-flops to make them get distributed. I think he did this in a previous week. Now, Blue's all done. He hits 2 sinks, tells Red to get going. And we're almost done.
The use of swaps to get the atoms close to where red is pretty nice too.
I agree with that. And here we go. Ring complete. Ring dropped. Ring output. Boom. 3 cycles. You're right about that. That's fast. And go here. Kind of watch it in the big view a little bit.
Yeah. For every 1 cycle you save per ring, you're saving effectively 4,000-ish cycles, which is like a couple of buckets.
It's 8 buckets.
8 buckets.
A couple.
A couple. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So yeah, a 1
This is
cycle
an interesting puzzle in that sense.
is a very good thing to have. So having a very, very fast output from when you're finally done scanning to outputting is quite a big save.
Yeah, any latency that's part of the main loop is actually not latency. It becomes throughput in this puzzle, which is unlike most productions.
Okay. Well, let's go watch this thing go. Oh gosh. Yes, it's going slow. Let's just pause it here and go to the magic output screen. Hello, magic output screen. BritBoy got 2,461,828 cycles for a metric of 5,907.6 and a score of 3.549 or 0.2019 better. That's a healthy jump, that 2-point jump. Let me see if I can do this without getting the there you go. 12,000 metric, or 12,800 plus metric versus 5,000 metric. That represents a big jump. Nice job, BritBoy. 18th place. Oh, I should say that I believe this is BritBoy's first tournament too. Is he the guy that came in very late in the tournament and said, "Can I play?"
Yeah, he joined week 7 or something.
Yeah.
Somewhere around.
Yeah, that's really bold.
Deep end.
Yeah, you dove into the hard part of the tournament, so good job finishing all these puzzles.
Yeah. Well done. I think he also on the last week said, "Gosh, I'm having problems," and people just said, "You can do it," and here he is. Really well done, BritBoy. Oh, and it should be said, BritBoy's been watching some of my other streams, which makes me happy. In 17th place, we have Counterpoint, and Zig's here to explain it to us. Go ahead, Zig.
Okay, so Counterpoint went for the bold move of doing a 1-reactor solution effectively, minus the standard space solution reactor. So let's take a look at it. So Counterpoint went for a 1-sensor algorithm. So this is going to do all 3 checks each step, and basically red's going to be doing all the sensor logic, and blue's going to be just making sure the molecule's in the right spot. And it does that with this little sync ring you see on blue in the bottom left. And red's already started doing its first senses. How it creates neodymium is with fusing 2 zincs together, and it also does all the bonding for the molecule afterwards. So let's slow down before the first sense check there.
Okay, we'll start at the very beginning again. And sync red.
Yeah, so this is just getting blue to the right spot. Red hits the right number of syncs, and then here gets one zinc ready on the bonders in case it needs to attach another zinc to it. And now
That's right.
Enters its first case. It's checked 1 atom, checks the next one. Blue just always hits a sync whenever it stalls on a sync whenever it needs to be on a sensor.
Here's
The
the
red
first
just
end.
says, this is a. The overlay would be good now, probably. I think.
Probably. Let's get the overlay on. Okay.
So yeah, the first flip up there put us into the XX0 case. This is running right to left. So then it checks the rightmost one, then it checks the middle one, it gets to 01X, and at that point it knows that it needs to output a neodymium. The third bit doesn't matter, so it just has its extra input, and that input tells it that it needs to create a neodymium.
And he creates the
It doesn't do
neodymium.
that, it'll grab the zinc. Yeah.
Grabs the two, he fuses them, he makes his neodymium, and he drops it there.
And then red runs through a few paths that will eventually cause it to turn that, but for now it does nothing. And it goes back to its checks. So this is a pretty straightforward way of implementing it. It does its full 3 checks per atom, and it's pretty agnostic of any special
Who I need
casing.
to turn off. There we go. So, where's the sensor? The sensor is...
Now we're in the neodymium case, so it's going to go to the right. This is running again. This is from right to left, unlike some other solutions. So yeah, that first one's neodymium. It'll go here, and so it needs to check for the 111 case. And if it's not the 111 case, then it's safe to do an output to output a 1, which is neodymium. So here it goes, and it hits that input again, which will tell it to fuse up.
And there's our neodymium going out. Now...
So now we'll do one more, I believe, and then it'll have to rotate. So there's a 3-count flip-flop there.
There's our zinc getting ready. Now we're looking at this.
Yeah, you might want to turn blue on just so you can see how blue's making the corners.
It's
So
starting
blue-
here. That's right.
Yeah, so before it was running along that bottom left ring where it was doing sinks in a straight line. Now it has to do a little bit of special casing for some of these, which is why it uses the second sensor now. Because it was more convenient this way, I believe, for handling corners.
There's a second middle atomine
second-
sense.
And yeah, that's the middle being output, and then it'll check the last corner one.
Oh,
There we go. And now blue's going to get reset onto a sync for what'll be the next corner check.
and red.
But yeah, red meanwhile is flipping over, dipping to try and see if there's any other things to attach to, and dropping into the right spot. So we'll see next time around. And then it enters back into its main line
Sensing
of
that.
sinks.
Okay. We got our,
This will be the same.
we're sensing these 3 atoms. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so it starts on the corner, it goes down with the grab to hit the line of sinks that goes horizontally for this top side.
Okay. We had 2 zincs in the lower 2. So we're going to take our zinc and put it out there as 0. And reset.
And then once it's done 2 of those, it knows that it's about to hit a corner, so it goes back to its next special casing. Blue will, I should say.
Okay.
So
And
here
there's our
blue hits
1.
that
Now we're going to be using
goes-
this sensor.
stuff with the other sensor. So yeah, it only uses 2 sensors. The bottom 2 sensors are not used at all. Bottom left sensors are not used at all.
Check that.
And let's see how it does this ring once it gets an actual third atom. And I believe the 4-count flip-flop there that's blue's counting when it's going to be done. The entire ring.
This.
So right now it's not done yet, so it's going to keep going, but eventually it'll have to
Well, let's
count to
watch.
4 sides. Go bond, rotate without colliding with walls, and drop.
Let's watch red finish this ring.
So yeah, here both atoms, or both Waldos rather, are counting to the full number of sides to know when they're done.
And here we go. We're finishing our assembly.
And blues realized that it's done, so it throws away the ring that it was holding.
Oh, it went this way
And
so
red
fast.
is going to also realize that it's done independently and rotate to the right orientation, I believe, and then output. Yeah, so it has to do this extra rotation because, again, the level is not isomorphic. You have to have it be exactly facing the right way up. And this extra rotate just happened to be how many were needed after all those stick attachments.
Here we go. There's 1 output made.
Yeah. So this approach is nice because it's pretty straightforward to implement with red. It just has to hit 2 or 3 sensors in turn and can exit early if it doesn't need to do that third check. The disadvantage is it does have to do 36 checks per ring, but this is a problem that a lot of solutions will have to face.
It's really impressive that he found enough room for both the input and output ring in the same reactor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fitting all this in is pretty tough.
And we don't have to go to the worldview to see rings be made. Nice. Well, and annotations are off. And let's let this stop. And let's go here. And magically Counterpoint gets his result screen. It took 1,957,892 cycles to run this thing to completion, for a metric of 3,915 and a score of 5.465, which is 1.916 better than previous solution, which I believe was BritBoy. That's a healthy jump. Nice job, Counterpoint.
Good job doing a one reactor.
Yeah, totally. Next solution's by Dariush in 16th place. And Lazy Comet's going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Lazy.
Alright, so we now have 3 reactors here, and this time the computation is actually split up between the first 2. So let's go with the first one. Turn on the overlay, but you don't need to hide the path.
Right.
This reactor does one task, and one task only, and that is check the entire ring to see if there is a 111 special case. If it is, it'll perform an extra swap, and it'll output the neodymium into the other location. If there isn't a 111 special case, it'll only have the one swap and output. An important thing to note about the overlays is that a pink number and or arrow represents knowing that the information will output a 1. A blue number or arrow will indicate knowing the output should be a 1, and white means that no output is known, but it is performing a logical step.
Okay.
So this reactor is sensing 3 atoms at a time, and is just checking for that one special case. And this reactor will finish checking the entire ring, and once it is done with the entire ring, based on the flip-flop count on red, which is just counting based on the sides, it shall output the ring to the next reactor.
Okay. Let's go take a look at that next reactor, and let's get rid of my annotations.
Yeah, so the pipe has now filled up with neodymium, and we're now going to pass the ring to the next reactor. And let's put on the annotations for this reactor. So, based on the previous reactor, we have sensed out the 111 special case. When we input on Blue's path to put an input into the alpha zone, it'll either be on or not be on the sense. So we're going to sense the 111 special case logicked out by the previous reactor first thing. And we'll then take it, split the neodymium in half to get zinc, and output that. Otherwise, we'll do a check with having red moving 2 atoms to a sensor, and we're checking counterclockwise as well.
Okay.
And we'll be checking 2 atoms to see if it matches the X00 case. If it doesn't, it'll simply just swap that neodymium into the output zone and output it.
Okay. Here's the next 2 bits being checked. And the R00.
That's the 100 case.
And
that was the 010 case, or the X01 case. and it just runs the whole ring like this. You can hide the overlay.
Okay.
So I guess by special casing in that, like doing the one special case in the first reactor, it's really simplified the job here.
Absolutely. The sense logic for both reactors is very simple. It's only checking in just one case. It's checking to see for 2 zincs for the X00 case. Because if there's a 1, it's maybe possibly the 111 case, but by knowing and outputting the 111 case as a completely different location of the neodymium atom, where we are able to just sense that case very quickly.
Okay.
We won't see that case until I think the 3rd or 4th ring.
Yeah, that's unfortunate with our data pattern. Do you want to catch up to a 4th ring? Let's go take a look at the assembly reactor first.
Mm-hmm.
It's right here.
It's your standard fair assembly reactor with a nice little pattern of bonders for aesthetic reasons.
For aesthetic reasons.
I
Really?
like that.
Yeah.
I also liked the diagonal bonders in the previous reactor. Or reactor 1, maybe it was.
Ah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's go back here.
All
Starting with a new output, there goes the previous one. Oh, and we have to wait for the pipeline to get filled up.
Yeah. So this solution is slow. It has to process the ring twice. However, it is faster than the previous reactor. I made a little note here. Counterpoint finished assembly on cycle 422, and he did not output until 435. Dariush finishes assembly on cycle 239. So even though he has more reactors and get a bigger penalty, the more reactors allowed him to really break his loop down into something incredibly simple and therefore very small for faster loops. So even though he's the ring twice, his loops are small, so it's relatively fast.
Yeah, though it's worth noting that more reactors means more latency in terms of the pipeline.
True.
Because that run all the way backwards to the first reactor is really costly and unavoidable.
Yeah, each pipe segment length you have to spend traveling adds 4,000 to your overall score.
Wait, metric.
Yeah, metric.
Interesting. So, here's our...
That ring finish, and we'll go back to the first reactor to see the 111 special case.
Right. Here's our token going out. Here's our token coming in. Now here is a string of 1s, so let's go wait until they get scanned. Scanned here. And right here, 111. In terms of our overlay, let's see if I got this right. I did. It's going to go left. Oh, left is the 111.
And blue performs an extra swap to move it one location over.
Also worth noting, this bonder pattern was very clean for doing efficient 3 checks at a time.
Yes.
While handling corners easily.
Okay.
And if we go to the next reactor, we will see that 111 case come in and is encoded as a different location of the atom showing up in the alpha zone.
The one thing I really like about this tournament has been with multiple sensors, there's been stuff like sensor patterns. Bonder patterns are a well-known thing that we've had to play with over the years, but sensor patterns are new and unique.
Okay. Well, there is that 111 case being sensed, especially all the others being have the neodymium in this location, in the left of the two locations. But anyways, let's go in. Now, gosh, it's going to be when it's sensed here.
Yep. It's like, I think, like the 5th or 6th input.
Propulsion.
There it is.
That one.
Found
And
it.
there it is. And so blue takes an alternate path to grab it in its new location and just completely avoids the logic of the X00 case and just joins back up with the path and splits it, swaps it, and calls it good.
Let's go take a look. There's an overlay 111 case coming through. And it's grabbing it, splitting it, swapping it, and there it goes.
Pop it, twist it, pull it.
Indeed, bop it.
Space conversion. Fuse it. Bond it. Swap it. Sense it.
Okay, there's the ring going to the recycler. There's the ring going to the output. Here we go. And
Let's get the
And this still is going to take forever, so let's go and get rid of the beeping sound. Okay, well, this design gives Gary a 16th place with a cycle count of 1,134,852 cycles, a metric of 2,722.8. This gives him a score of 7.886, a whopping 2.421 better than the previous. Let's go take a look at that metric change. 2722 versus 3915. It's a big jump in metric, worthy of a big jump in score. Nice job, Dariush. Next Solutions by Flexo in 15th place. And RPO is here to explain it to us, so let's go.
Alright, so this is going to be one of several inner assembler types of solutions, where the first reactor will scan and figure out the individual atoms, and then the second reactor will assemble and output that result. So Flexo's first reactor, his scanner reactor, if you look here, you'll see that there's no rotations anywhere in the reactor, and that's because when he scans through this, and we'll get the overlay in a second, he's going to first scan each of the corners, then he's going to scan the left neighbor of each of the corners, and then he's going to scan the right neighbor of each of the corners. So he doesn't need to rotate it, but you'll need to account for that when he assembles it in the next reactor.
So we're looking at this corner.
Yeah, so the top right M's first to go, and that one sensor there is the scanning sensor. And he had neodymium there, so he went straight up and did the rest of the processing, which we just missed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I didn't explain it fast enough.
Oh, I didn't stop it in time, but let's go on. Let's get the blue off the screen. We're grabbing and dropping. We're syncing. And here, where's the sensor? There it
On the
is.
wall sync.
Okay.
So here it detects a zinc. It'll go down, and then blue will move along, and it'll detect another zinc. And then it's going to check what the last one is. It's going to be another zinc. Oh wait, sorry, it was already determined at this point. So
Yeah, it was two
already
zincs.
like you can look at the overlay pretty closely. It'll make it more clear than I could ever explain it. But
Well,
Do careful using sinks
oops.
and timing of how the blue goes across the scanner. It'll always go through the right branches and output as shown through the overlay. So pause it if you need to look at that more clearly.
Okay, here we're looking at this guy, and he is not a zinc, so he's a nodillium. He's a 1. Now we're going to move it and look at this one, and we see that we have a zinc, which is not a neodymium. So we had a 1 and a 0 in the last 2 bits, which indicates that we're going to be outputting a 1. There's our... I'm a little confused. Shall we start this reactor from the beginning again? Let's do that. Okay. Here we're going to look at these 3 bits. We get a 0, a non-zero, so we output right away. I see.
Yeah, it's already determined at that point.
Yeah, this is common in a lot of solutions. We'll just do the first 2 checks from right to left and ignore the last check unless it's a 111.
Right. If it's a 1, it has to make sure it's not the 111 case, which is why if it goes up, it hits an additional 2 sensor redirects to sense out if it's the 111 special case.
Yeah. So it's most of the time it's only 2 senses needed. Sometimes it's 3.
Well, it's convenient it is outputting the exact generated bit, because then it can go in and do the assembly in a simpler way. Let's go watch the assembly, and then we'll catch our 3rd or 4th input and look at the 111 case. So let's go take a look at our assembly reactor. Overlay off.
So we've seen this assembly actually in Bavarium solution, where as the inputs come in, they have to be assembled in 4 different pairs before it's all bound up and then sent off. And that's because, as mentioned earlier, it's every 3rd atom that Flexo solution is looking at, starting with the corners, then the left atom to the corners, and the right atom to the corners. So you'll have this array where it's not being built sequentially, it's being built in some alternation. That's why there's a lot of extra logic here.
Wow. Okay. Here we are, we're almost done with our loop. There it is. Bond and bond. There it goes out. And beep. Go watch it from the beginning. Boy, red does 1 and blue does another. Blue does a 3rd. And blue does a 4th. That's interesting how red does the 1st. Okay. It's all based on where those swappers are.
Yeah, the swappers are positioned right beneath each of the bonders, except for one of the cases. So it's easy to set it up, but you still need to have a lot of extra logic there.
You gotta have the right number of swaps to get it to the right place. Red just needs the 1 to get to here. Ah. There's our ring. And there's our second input. Now here's one that's got some 111s in it. Here's a 111. So there's
overlay on.
Overlay on. And we just miss it. We did, didn't we?
That was the one case.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it did the split.
It was like cycle 600 something.
No.
Yeah, it was cycle like 600. Just jump ahead to cycle 600.
Okay. Here we go. Here's our ring. I lost track where the sensor is. Okay, there it is. It's got the 0, 1. The 1, 1, 0 case went down here. Oh. This is the 1, 1, 1. And it's splitting. Wow, you're absolutely right. Now, 0, 1. Huh. Boy.
Yeah, it's a really interesting sensing pattern with the 2 sensors to go for the corners. Sorry, 1 sensor, or just going for the corners with the sensor, I should say.
Okay, so here is first one is scanned here. 1, 1. And he senses that it's a 0, 1, 1. Which just gets output as is as the 1. Okay. Gosh, I wish I could make this clearer.
I should mention that in this solution, the sinks are actually desynced. So blue and red don't come out to the same position as blue is rotating around it, and that's what allows the first doing the corners, then doing the left atoms, then doing the right atoms.
Oh.
I want to turn blue on, yeah, and turn off the overlay again.
Overlay off. Okay.
So if you count up all of blue sinks, it shouldn't add up to this. Well, that's a very difficult thing to count, so let's not actually do that. But
No.
If my understanding is correct, those should not be equal until you do it at least 3 times.
So he's not doing them sequentially around the ring.
No, he's they have a different number of sinks because red has a counter in the lower middle that allows the entire thing to get offset.
Oh.
By 1 sync.
Wow.
Reading that right.
This sync. Okay. Well, I'll admit there's our sync. Well, that's when it goes output. That's counting it to 4. So you look at this input ring. It's got also a 1, 1, 1. So let's study this one. Here is 0, 0. Zero, 1. Oh, that's right. 1, 1, 1. I see. There's no rotates on blue. I remember this now. Boy, this is tricky. That's right.
So blue follows the same path 4 times, but each time red goes through and senses one set, it hits 2 sinks.
Oh.
But when red hits that 4-count flip-flop, it hits an extra sync, so it advances blue by 1 sync. So it can then read the atom all over again, offset by 1. And if it does that 4-count, it'll just keep offsetting until blue hits its 4-count and leaves with the ring and outputs it.
It's as if Bavarium took apart his ring and shifted it by 1 without actually taking apart the ring to do it. Is that right?
Yeah, the assembly part is very similar to how Bavarium does it.
Nice. I'm really glad we took some time. I understand it better now. I hope it conveyed well on the video. Okay. So, looked at the assembly reactor. Let's want to go a little bit in the overworld for no apparent reason. Set it run. And pause it and go to the results screen. Oh boy. Flexo got 15th place with this solution.
Something went wrong.
Pardon me, my Alexa heard the word Flexo and thought I was talking to her. Anyhow, the username Flexo got a score of 15th place with this solution and 1,167,000 cycles, 878 cycles. His metric is 2,568.5, which is just a tiny bit better, giving him a score improvement up to 8.582 is his score. Improvement's 0.656 better than the previous solution. And that is user Flexo. Don't wake up my assistant.
Swinging out with that multiplier being a bit lower, even though he's got a slightly higher cycle count over Darius H.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's go take a look at that. Cycle count of 1,167,000 versus
1,134.
Oh, Darius's extra reactors.
Yeah, the this best is the easiest way to check, I think. I guess that'll break, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting. More cycles, 1 less reactor, gives Flexo 15th place instead of 16th place. Very interesting. In 14th place, we have Astronelson, and they did this. And Lazy Comet's going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Lazy.
Okay, so Astronelson has 3 reactors, but they use the first reactor as a feeder reactor because reactor 2 will receive 1 atom at a time to perform the checks. So the first thing it does is it will scan the ring in 2 spots and duplicate 2 of the positions. And then it begins breaking down the entire ring and just feeding it into the output zone. And it's doing this because, if you recall, we need to sense to the left and right of a element to know its state. So by copying basically the start and end atoms, we can then have enough information to perform the whole sensing thing. Did we look at RPOs or IEEEs for their submission?
RPOs, I think.
Yeah, RPO had a special reactor dedicated to bringing the first 2 inputs that it broke down back into the first reactor to recycle them to read the end of the ring. Astronelson does the exact same thing, only minus a whole reactor, because they just copy 2 of the bits when they first break the ring down and send it off to the next reactor. So they can just trash everything once they're done with it. So this reactor is done. It has done all it's going to do, which was feed the next reactor a stream of atoms.
Okay. There's an output ring going out. Let's go. We're going to get our second set of inputs. And we're going to copy the first one, which is zinc. There's a sensor.
Underneath in the alpha zone. Right there.
So it's copying that. If not, it would go around, input beta, fuse, and then grab it that way and make it neodymium.
Yep.
But there are the two zincs going out. And now
we can go to the next reactor. It has a little bit of startup.
Let's start this one over again.
That is a dense sensor array.
It is the dense sensor array, and it's actually quite simple, which is really clever. So this reactor is actually quite symbols efficient. It reuses a lot of symbols for a lot of things. And so it's now built itself a 3-stick. It's going to drag that 3-stick across a sensor in the top. That it's timed perfectly with blue. Blue is going to bring that neodymium either to the swapper to swap it into the next reactor, or to that splitter right above it to split it and then put it in the swapper.
Okay.
And red is something that's going to drag that. We don't need the overlay yet. I'm going to explain what red's doing first. Red's going to drag that stick across, hit the swap command to break the end off and drop it, and then re-grab the new end of the stick, go through a 12-count flip-flop array to then add in the next atom to the end of the stick and drag it across again.
Oh my gosh.
So
and that swap is going to leave it on the sensor for an extra cycle, so all the sensors will get hit, even in the one where there's an empty spot in between.
Exactly. So leaving it there. So even though blue could take a longer path, that would make the timing not work. The swap while having red drop it allows blue that cycle of leniency to go hit the special case of
1, 1, and then 0 or 1.
Yeah. So let's see red go a little bit to do that fancy swap drop.
Swap is a drop, grabbing, and there he's got the next bit.
Yep, and he's ready to start scanning again. No, they're ready to start scanning again. We can turn the overlay on now.
Okay.
No, hide red. It's pretty straightforward what the overlay is doing.
Here's our overlay.
The overlay is just showing that as red drags the atoms across, it's checking for 3 distinct cases, which is 000, 100, and 111. If it doesn't hit any of those checks, it'll end up in the swap zone. If it passes any of those checks, it'll end up in the split then swap.
Okay. Let's get to one of those cases. Not this one. Oh,
yep, that was 100 because.
Oh, we're looking at backwards.
The reactor, I think, counterclockwise, but they scan clockwise or vice versa. So the orientation of that bit that red is holding onto is not 100, it's 001.
Got it.
Because of the way it's dragged across the sensor.
Okay. And so here's 010.
Yeah. And the nice thing about that swap to break the bonds is that...
the double bond that accidentally got formed.
Yeah, double bonds don't really matter.
Here's a 100, which will generate a 0. Which is splitting the neon.
The longer path to go swap out.
Okay.
So the one sync on blue's path and the one sync on red's path establishes the timing for the entire thing. And every single one of those outputs, psi outputs, is required. If you remove one, blue could end up on the swap pad and hit the swap command and then end up grabbing what red tried to get rid of.
I remember looking at that.
Whoops. Yeah.
But what I find very clever is that the 001 case reuses the return path of all the other states. Because the neodymium sensor sends it back into that swap command, so that swap command is being hit by 3 sides.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a bounce back on that case.
Right. Fascinating. Okay.
A very compact and very clever solution.
Yeah, this would be very good for Waldo potentially, depending on how it's laid out.
Right.
Well,
Hypothetically, it could be faster if they were scanned the other way, because it's scanning the rightmost bit first. Because you could overlap, like some of the other solutions, the 000 and 100 case, and only check for the 111 case, and then you would save on Waldo path, and it would be much more tighter. But this is quite fast as it is. There it is. There was the bounce back.
Ah. Excellent.
All right, should we look at the assembler?
Yes.
Yes. Almost forgot about that. Here we go. Let's get rid of the overlay. Overlay's off. Let's go.
Yeah, it's the bond hammer. It's bond hammering, and Red is just grabbing input beta as it needs it, because the previous reactor is doing all the logic of determining what the state of the bit is and putting it in the same spot every time. So this nice little bond plus, literally in a plus array, can assemble the ring in just one loop.
I love it when I can sight read it.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I wonder what that 4x4 ring of in betas is creating.
Yep. I also checked this against Flexo's. The final for a bit of latency checking in the final reactor, just to see how much latency is lost or gained in the final reactor based on these solutions. Flexo received its final atom for the new ring on cycle 253, and then spent about 9 cycles going about moving it to the output zone. Astronelson received it on cycle 190, and then output on 194. So the latency is a little bit smaller between final atom and output for Astronelson.
Yeah, no rotate was needed here, which is convenient.
Yeah. Really nice. It's a real interesting solution there, Astronelson.
Yep, and it uses every single input.
How do you mean that?
A lot.
Level.
Sometimes we'll either not use the zinc or not use the neodymium.
Oh.
Because I was thinking, I could draw a gigantic pipe path across the entire playfield that just goes from the zinc input to the recycler, but that would not be fun.
It would be amusing.
It would be. But no, Astronelson uses all of them for each reactor.
Okay, well, let's let this run for a little bit. Let's stop it from running a little bit, and let's go take a look at the results screen. Here we go. Astronelson gets 14th place with this solution for the cycle count of 923,652 cycles. The metric of 2,216.4. They get a score of 9.980, or 1.438 improvement over the previous solution. McCrush gets 13th place with this solution, and Biggie Mac's going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Biggie.
Yep, so we can see that this is a sense and assemble pair. It's a 3-reactor solution like some of the ones before it. Let's first look into the sensor reactor, which has no fusion components. It's just here to pass along on one of 2 swappers, neodymium atom. You can see that the annotation claims the top right is a neodymium, meaning that's intended to actually be there, and the other one is a signal using 1 bit of information that is supposed to be a zinc, and the second reactor, as part of assembly, will convert that neodymium to zinc.
Okay, well, let's watch it start.
You see the sensor array here also will have So it isn't in position yet, but once blue moves up 1, then it'll put 2 atoms on 2 sensors. And then as blue moves to the right, it'll go counterclockwise by 1 and still have 2 atoms on 2 sensors. And again and again. So this allows an algorithm that uses a pair of atoms being both 0, means that you're definitely going to be a 0 because you're looking at the right 2. And any atom being a 1 in that will cause you to prompt, is it 2 1s? If it's 2 1s, you need to look at the one left of it to determine whether you're in the 0 1 1 case or the 1 1 1 case. And this is a very easy thing to do with a pair of sensors for each atom. But on the last one, because you'll only ever need to look at that corner if you have a 1 1 on the last pair of atoms you check, then it only needs a single sensor. So this layout uses all 4 sensors. And it's generally windowing 2 at a time, except for right before the rotate. It will, if this is a 1 1, care about whether that corner is a zinc or a neodymium. And we're not in any cases where we have a 1 1 in the input yet, so it'll be a while before we see that.
We'll have to wait for the third input.
Yeah, so we're not going to look for it yet, but we can turn on the annotations to see how red is handling this logic. So because red doesn't grab any atoms, it's free to meander about the reactor as it pleases. And it is unrolled completely so that the sink where it is parked right now is the end of an edge. And once it has blue in next position, and we'll just get the new input in to see that, it'll do 3 different copies of the same, more or less, logic, which is going to first isolate out the 0 0 case, and then separately isolate out the X1 1 case if you go all the way through to the bottom. And if that happens, you need 1 more sensor to disambiguate 1 1 1 from 0 1 1.
Okay, so here is checking that there is a 1 in these 2.
Yep, so this is one of the 1 and 0 cases, and all 4 cases where there is a 1 and a 0 in the last 2 bits come out to straightforward a 1 output, which is a neodymium in the top right. So no extra swap needs to get hit, no extra work needs to be done.
Now we're looking at these 3.
Yeah, now here we have the 0 0. No, wait, we're still looking at the top 2 corners. So yeah, we're looking at the 0 1. So this is one more. It's the one after this that's a 0 0.
Okay.
And in this case, because there is not a neodymium present, it's a 0 0 indicator. You'll hit the swap 1 extra time before output, and that will cause it to make a zinc output, which is still in this reactor just a neodymium in a different place. But in the next reactor, that will mean it is a zinc. And you see the red makes 1 circuit of this unrolled loop per edge, so it'll make the circuit 4 times before outputting. And blue's handling the logic on whether or not it needs to output. You can, if you turn blue back on and the annotations off, you can just look at blue has a flip-flop counter up in its top right that distinguishes between the path to the right where it disposes of the input ring or the path to the left where it keeps on passing on the new edge.
Here.
Yeah, it's a 4-count flip-flop disguise. It's not the... because it has that bounce back, so it's not necessarily the fastest 4-count flip-flop, but it fits in the space, which I think was the intention here.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see this hands-free red, or hands-free sensor, whatever the Waldo is carrying the sensoring. The hands-free approach will allow you to really get spaghetti into this reactor and unroll all of your loops to save a few cycles.
And there he is outputting the input ring to the recycler.
Yep, and because there's tons of downtime, because there's tons of downtime, it doesn't really matter as long as it's going to be grabbing it in the correct place. So there's this whole time spent passing the ring around where both of the reactors are just waiting, and this is unavoidable in every solution.
We're going to talk about that 1 arrow in the second reactor.
Do we want to?
I think McCrush put it there on purpose to bait us.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's a McCrush classic to include an extra arrow.
Yeah.
Where's the extra arrow?
On the left path that's moving to the right.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
I think McCrush is just doing it for the meme.
Wants to be noticed. It's not going to be none of these solutions were within the same bucket, so there was the arrows and the extra symbols never mattered, but it still is especially a nice little poke into our.
Sure, saying he's trolling us.
I think so.
I'm willing to believe he's trolling us.
Well, there you go.
All right, so now we get to see the assembly. The top right neodymium is placed on no glyphs at all, but the bottom left neodymium is placed on the left of a splitter. which means that as red does its little circuit, it will hit split and possibly cause there to be a zinc on the position below instead of a neodymium.
Okay.
The other split product has to be disposed of, which is why it's easily swapped over to the recycler way off in the corner. Nothing to worry about. It'll never crash. Now, since red is just handling putting a atom onto the bonder, blue is the one who has to actually handle bonding and advancing the ring, which will be slow every time it has to rotate through the corner. And you'll see there's quite a bit of slowdown here and counting. And this is the limiting process. Actually, the sense reactor is stalling on output while this happens. So the assembly ring here is the reason the solution isn't faster than it is, because it has this beautifully unrolled sense logic in the first loop, which is very efficient. But then the building here, because of how much work needs to be done to convert neodymium in one of two places into the ring, it's monopolizing both Waldos and taking a bit of extra time.
Okay.
And I'm sure Lazy Comet has done the analysis on, from the last input atom, how long does it take to actually hit output on the ring? This is on the higher end in terms of solutions.
Well, that was our second input. Here's our third one that's got some...
Yeah, we can look for the 111s in this now.
Let's go here. Here's
it even has the 111 on a corner. Although, no, it's not in the... It would have to end on a corner, not have the corner atom in the middle to be the special case that needs the single sensor on the top. But... So it'll be another 3 before it gets there, because it has to rotate one more time. Here we go, right here. So this is the 111 case, and you saw that red made that trip downward because there was no zinc. And so it hits the swap one extra time to indicate, oh, we're actually outputting a 0. And red just did that.
Yeah. Well, I'm late. And here is our 011. So here's our 1. Here's our 1.
But because... No, that was the 1-1 that you first on the bottom row. And then when it went up, it identified, oh, we have a zinc. So we're on the 011 case, and we just still output the neodymium on the top right.
Okay.
So in terms of the logic, as far as red looks, it's pretty complicated, but it's just 3 different copies of the same basic adjacent pair sensor. And the sensing adjacent pairs of atoms is a very convenient way to do this. I'll say a few solutions later on will also do that, including my own.
Okay.
Also worth noting, that's interesting how many solutions have just instantly gotten familiar with using the multiple swappers to do swapping straight from an input to an output in one of 2 spots.
Yeah, that's one bit of information
really
that doesn't require you to grab anything, and I like it a lot.
Yeah, and everyone's really grown into getting used to having multiple swappers this tournament.
Yes.
The community edition has reprogrammed
more than 2. Yeah, it has.
Anyhow, let's go here.
And I think with these layouts with just one sense reactor and one build reactor, it's pretty straightforward to understand once you get past what Rule 110 means. So hopefully this is a full enough description of McCrush's process.
Okay. Well, let's go watch it run a little faster. But we don't want to wait that long, so let's go to the recorded results screen. McCrush has a cycle count of 748,888. That's 4 8s in a row. His metric is 1,646.7. It gives him a score of 13.270 for a whopping 3.290 improvement. It's really darn good. Let's just take a look at the metric change from the previous solution. 1,646 versus 2,216. His McCrush gets another crushing win, or crushing the movement to get to 13th place. I don't know how to say that. Nice job, McCrush. In 12th place, we have Noeuchar with this solution, and Zig's going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Zig.
So Noeuchar has the single sensor algorithm that we've seen before, but has a very clean implementation of it. So let's take a look at the first reactor. And you'll see that blue has just these 4 sensors, and that's all that's needed to do all the checks. So let's step through and see what red's doing to get the timing right with those sensors. So the first, it's going to use those 2 sensors that you see on the top of the reactor, top left. And there's one detection. It's doing, I believe it's checking for the neodymium is going to be what's output. So it'll move over to the right now, hit that other sensor on the neodymium corner. And it now knows that it's got 0, 1, so it actually that sensor actually doesn't matter because it's pointing the same way, but it already knows that it can output a 1. And it's going to do that with the common method of swapping.
Okay, so there's...
Blue's going to hit us in beta and a swap in and out. And every time it goes to the left, it does that, and all the other paths will send it to its right loops, which will do 2 swaps before hitting out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can see on the right is a zinc, and it'll put a... If it's on the left, it'll represent a neodymium.
Okay, so
now red has to... Yeah, the tricky part here is actually on red, because blue's got a very simple layout. Red needs to get all the timing exactly right. So there it goes, 1, 2, and it's done. And it's we're going to see in the 111 case, it's going to do 3 checks. So red's actually timing the 3rd position correctly too. That's why red has these funky flip-flop paths.
Okay.
It does 1, 2, bounces, hits the 3rd one, 2, even though blue's not looking right now. And then it'll go do its rotation. And then that was all of the checks for one side, I believe.
Yes.
So now it's going to do, it did its rotate, and now it's going to do the same thing after starting to count to 4.
Okay, 1, that one, and then that one.
Yeah, the real star here is the blue's nice little compact 4-sensor layout grid.
Right.
And red manages to get the positioning right to keep up with that.
Okay.
So let's take a look at maybe the assembly now. I think that's pretty much it for this reactor. It's pretty straightforward. It'll count to 4 eventually and find out when it's done. But
so
here is a lot going on. So I think it started out with it created a neodymium ring in the startup time.
Well, let's go take a
so
look.
That
at that
one, yeah, that'll take a little bit of time, but doesn't much matter because it's happening while it's waiting for an input anyway. And now it's going to need to time splits out of this, based on whether it detects the, I believe that's over top of a sensor that's sync right now.
So, blue sensor.
So here it detects the one on the right, zinc, which that arrow is unnecessary. And it will not do a split if it's on the right. So the right represents a 1. Sorry, I think I got that backwards when I said it last time. The left is a 0.
Okay. So
it's going to use the second set of sensors on the left there. That's just to detect anything, which will be used for escaping this eventually.
I see.
So for now, it just does this full side, and then once it's moved the molecule down far enough, then it escapes, regardless of what is on the bottom.
That's what these 2 sensor commands are doing.
That's not part of the logic. That's just part of the. It's effectively a flip-flop.
And here we see that we've got a zinc in the 0 place. Yep. So we're going to do a split.
And of course the splitter is conveniently over the recycler, so no movement needs to be done there, which is good. To get rid of the garbage.
Does it split?
And once it's counted to 4, it'll go, or once it's done that one side, it'll start counting to 4 to know when it's done, but for now it'll just rotate it and go to the next loop.
Okay.
So red is, meanwhile, doing a bunch of stuff, which is also effectively going to be detecting when it's done aside. It's got the same 2 sensors to detect when it's done aside and 4 count flip-flop. Blue and red kind of duplicate each other's logic to know when they're done.
And red needs to know when it's done to help blue build that neodymium ring.
Yes, it times the inputs for blues.
So it can do the
So
input.
now blues can go construct and or blue's going to drop an out, and then blue's going to go construct with red's help.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and constructing, yeah, like I said, constructing this neodymium ring doesn't cost any time because this is all while we're waiting for the base solution reactor to give us the next input.
Nice. There's the beep.
There you go. See it stalling on in alpha now.
Now,
So this is actually, I believe, this solution is actually bottlenecked by the second reactor because that splitting is a little bit expensive. It has like a 6 or 8 cycle loop, and I think sometimes you'll see the first reactor stalling on its output while it's rotating, especially, or in particular.
yeah, there it is sitting, and it's waiting.
Yeah, that's definitely a very clean implementation of the one sensor algorithm. So
Okay.
very compact.
Now here's our third input, which has
Yeah,
our
let's check the
111.
111 case and see what those right paths look like. So you can actually, that first swap it just hit, you can ignore that. That was just, it had to cross over it. But it
Okay.
hits in beta swap out, and it'll do the same thing in the in the 00X case. It also
Is it
hits
this
one of
one?
those right paths.
No.
There we go. Yeah. This one. 1, 2. Is that right?
No, it's not. It's going
It
to have
might
to
be
be
out
the
that one.
rotate. It's this one.
Yeah.
Yep, here's
So
our
it's done the
111.
first check. Neodymium goes up, hits neodymium, goes across, and checks that it's not a zinc.
And so it outputs and inputs and swaps again to make our 0.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Wow.
I believe the other 2 sensors in the first reactor are unused, though they look like they're near.
Where are they? There's one.
Yeah, the
And
one there
there's-
and one that Omega output.
Right,
They're not actually part of the logic.
right. Okay. And we will let it run.
So hypothetically, in the final reactor, there is a few cases where, because of the way that this case where it would split out the zinc, it sometimes can stall on the output because there's an extra just atom hanging out in the recycler.
Yes, that's right.
And so that does cost cycles, but in order to solve that, you'd have to invert the colors. But that then breaks the creation of the ring. So showing how much better you could make it by just inverting the colors would be really hard to do for this particular case, because you have to change the entire ring creation process.
Hmm.
Yeah. To have red's outputs get the first one before blue outputs, yeah.
Right, to have red output at the same time the split happens, so that
Mhm.
blue doesn't spend time just stalling on output.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And this gives Noeuchar a cycle count of 726,048 cycles for a metric of 1.597.2 and a score of 13.862, which is not a little over half a point better, 0.592 better than the previous solution. Thank you, Noeuchar. Next solutions by Blueeyedrat, getting 11th place, and RPO is going to explain it to us. Let's go, RPO.
Alright, so this solution is again a scanner assembler solution. So let's go into the first reactor. So Blueeyedrat has a very efficient scanning loop. He does it sequentially. So we show the overlay and start the solution.
Here's the
You'll see
overlay.
there's a 2x2 block of scanners at the top there. And it's looking for two things. Are the first two atoms not neodymium? If it says yes to that both times, that means your endings are both zinc, which means you can output zinc. Otherwise, you're looking for the exact state of not neodymium, zinc, which would be the triple zinc case, which then you can also output zinc.
I think you mean this case right here, the 111?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you said it backwards. Neodymium. Again, a neodymium goes to the swap, but that's okay. Let's go and watch it work. Where is our sensor? Here's our one and only sensor. No.
Yeah, so
these two are being used too, if I remember right. Yep. Here they go. Sense. Would be a sense if we went this way. Okay. I'm so sorry. Let's go RPO. We're approaching our sink. Here's our sink.
yeah, so it'll go down and start scanning here. So in this case, we had neodymium zinc zinc as the input string, which will take us to scanning neodymium, and then not scanning neodymium. So it'll come out, just output zinc direct, or output neodymium directly instead of splitting. Now it's doing the zinc 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 string, which we'll see it go straight across.
There's the one swap, the grab, and the split. I see. And here we go. Here's a corner being sensed. Yes.
Yeah, so in the corner case, what Blueeyedrat is doing, instead of using that sensor on the left wall, he's first using the bottom sensor that's one above. Then he senses the corner atom using another sensor, and then he uses the above sensor for the third scan line, or for the third scanned atom, while red does the same loop again.
Okay.
So really what's going on here is that he used the left wall sensor twice, and then for the corner he uses the bottom sensor, or the bottom two sensors.
Okay. Boy, it goes so fast in this puzzle.
Yeah, this is a very efficient layout for getting all the scanning done.
Okay. Well, let's turn off the overlay. And let's go to the assembly reactor. Oh, my. Let's finish this atom, this molecule, send it off, and get our next one started.
Yeah, so this assembler, it starts off with blue, that swaps in the input atom, and then puts it in an array of 3, and then the red goes around, collects it. I believe that the first reactor is the limiting one here, so this doesn't need to be terribly efficient. It just pulls everything together. Possible that could be a little better, but no, I think it does hang at certain. Yeah, it does hang pretty often, so it's not the limiting reactor. So red has a somewhat complicated assembly, but it's not problematic.
And it does have a rotate at the end to make sure the input to the last atom to the output relatively quick. Now let's go see how many outputs we have. We have 2 now. Here we're going to get our 111 input. Gonna take a look at that guy as it gets processed. Okay, here we go. And now here it comes in.
So
Sync.
scanned on the bottom.
Here's our one. Here's our other one. And here's our third one. Not going to the right, instead going down. Oh boy. There's our split. Drop. And there was our zero going out. Wow. Let's go. Okay. Sorry if I have interrupted you, RPO.
No, that's all I had to say. Very well done to Blueeyedrat.
Well, let's let it run a little bit. And let's let it stop there. Oh boy, here's our result screen. Blueeyedrat got a cycle count of 688, 132 cycles, for a metric of 1,513.6. He gets a score of 14.764, or 0.902 better than the predecessor. Next solutions by JoJo in 10th place. And JoJo's here to explain it to us. Let's go, JoJo.
Okay, the first thing you'll notice about my solutions, I've used 4 reactors, and the reason I've done this is similar to most other solutions. I got 1 reactor to do my logic, and 1 reactor to build the output, but I also have a 3rd reactor at the beginning to kind of pre-process the inputs, to put them in the, to get both zinc and neodymium in one input pipe. I can input them both at the same time to my main processing reactor, and this is that reactor. So what this does is it brings both, takes an input of both zinc and neodymium and joins them together in a small stick and outputs them at the same time. This is fairly similar to what RP0 did, but instead of putting them as single atoms through, I put them as a stick. The reason I do this is so that I can take them both into the 2nd reactor, the main processing reactor, with a single input alpha command. This, when we get to that reactor, we'll see that everything's squashed in very tightly, and I just didn't have the space to input alpha twice.
Okay, well, let's go take a look.
That reactor now.
Yeah. Let's just start this over again.
Okay, so this is my main logic and sensing reactor that deals with the entire process of implementing Rule 101. So I kind of split red and blue in this reactor quite distinct. Blue handles all the logic, red simply moves the big block, the big input block, over the sensors, going counterclockwise, because as we've seen in other solutions at this point, that's just easier to implement. There's less sensing you need to do.
Okay, we have the 4 sensors here, 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 and here. Right now we've got this atom on here. Blue's getting ready to sense. Let's go turn off red and turn on the annotations.
Okay, so my basic sensor loop is pretty similar to stuff we've seen before. Many solutions going counterclockwise, atom by atom, choosing in the 3 cases 2 zeros becomes a 0, 3 ones becomes a 0, everything else just goes down to the bottom where we turn it into a 1. Okay, so the next set of inputs is 1 0 0. 1 0 0 corresponds to a 1. Oh no, sorry, to a 0. So go along. We don't sense a 1. We don't sense a 1, so it must start 0 0. This means we already know, without doing any more sensing, regardless of what the 3rd atom is, that we must have to output a 0. And to output a 0, we simply swap twice to get the 0 from sensor 1 or to sensor 2, and then on red if you turn it on.
Let's turn on red.
You can see I put a third swap command on red to swap 3 times to get swap all the way from 1 to 4. Now we output. Now we've got 1 on the recycler, 0 on the output, and so we output a 0. Go around one more time.
Here on the sync command again, and get the next series of inputs, which starts with these. This is the 010 input.
The 010 input. This time we're looking for 0. So if we start it up, get 0, then we detect a 1. We change course, and now it just already knows whatever neutron is. It's going to output a 1. It goes in a straight line down, and only swaps once. So the only swap command that's hit is the one on red, and now it can output that 0 straight away into the next reactor.
And here we hit the sync command, and we're going to use. Are we scanning these 3? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's 1. You go.
Yeah. So the first atom is always scanned, but see how all 3 sensors are kind of in a triangle shape. This is not just for aesthetics, they actually need to be that way, and I do use all 3 of them to sense the 3 different atoms in some cases. The first atom in this block, in a corner block, is always sensed by the rightmost sensor in the triangle. Then the second one is always sensed by the topmost, because we go around the corner, we go up 1, and that one is the next one on the kind of sensor array. Now in this case, the flip-flop commands the bottom flip-flop of the flip-flops, the top set of flip-flops.
You mean these?
Right. Yeah, these flip-flops. Those flip-flops are counting to finishing the ring. Since the bottom flip-flop was turned off, you just go around once again.
Okay. I'm sorry.
This time it's turned on, so you go straight, and the third atom hits the top sensor. If it was turned off and it went to the left, the third atom would hit the leftmost sensor. So that's why I need all 3 sensors just to handle the corner cases.
Oh. There's our atom going out. Let's go. Do you want to watch it one more time? Have I ruined it?
Yeah. No, I think we can watch it one more time. So now it goes to the left, and you sense that third atom on the leftmost sensor.
So this sensor is used for these 3 atoms.
Yeah.
And then this sensor is used. This sensor, then these 2 for these 3 atoms. Then you use these 2.
No, sorry. We use that one sensor, the very bottom left sensor.
Yes.
Is used for the first 3. Any case, or for the first 2, any case that's not on the corner.
Right.
For the 2 middle atoms on any row of the output, that's sensing the entire row for those. Then those other 3 sensors, the ones that make the triangle, are always used, all used for the corner atoms.
Okay.
And
I see.
Yeah, corners are just inherently harder.
Yeah, they are. So, and let's go watch that corner again since I've munched it. Here's the first one in the corner. Second one.
First we do second one. and then I think we're turning left this time, so third one on that one.
Got it.
But sometimes that flip-flop will be, in the next case, next atom we come to, the flip-flop is on, so it's going to go up, which means it will detect the third, if you go forward a bit. And it's going to detect this third atom, also on the top sensor.
Oh, that's
Detect
what you wanted
that.
to show.
Yeah, so
So the flip-flops need to be in that specific orientation, what have you.
For a special case for the fourth corner.
or the second and fourth.
Fair enough. Okay, well here we are in the fourth corner. And we're going to output the ring to the recycler.
Do you have to dodge that swapper with the funny arrow going down and then arrow going right?
Yeah, that's entirely true.
that's funny.
And because of the output latency that you've got, it doesn't cost any time.
Yeah, of course.
Well, let's go take a look at that third reactor, the assembly reactor. And here it goes.
Yeah, this assembly reactor is really quite simple because we're starting at one of the because of our starting atom. As you see, we can just build stuff in sticks of 3, which we can always just join together like this. It's quite a simple process. That red is just syncing 3 times to wait until we got the third input. That's a stick of 3, and it can spin it around and start attach, and then blue can start attaching new atoms on it. Means I can do this in a fairly simple 6 loop, which is just a bit slower, just a bit faster than my previous reactor. So I had this, I was happy with it. The previous reactor was slower. Any changes here wouldn't make much difference. Then you can see at the end we're detecting, if you go all the way to the next input's almost finished. We do some sensing. Yeah, sorry.
It's alright, it's all on me. Here we are.
Okay, here now we've got those 2 sensors on the very left. They're hidden by the top neodymium and the zinc. They're detecting whether you've got either neodymium and zinc, the 2 options, so it just means you've completed 3 sides already. And we spend a showcase out the 4th side because now we don't need to spin it around anymore because it's already in the correct orientation. Now we simply grab it at the bottom right corner, spin once because the puzzle was orientation sensitive, unlike SpaceChem is normally, and output. The reason I do special case that input rather than grabbing it in the normal place is because it just made it easier to get it into the output. That's all. Yeah, just to save a bit of latency.
There you go. I heard a beep. That's one output being made. Yeah, first one. A lot faster, but still not fast enough for my taste. So let's go pause you and presto changeo. Here are the results screen. JoJo got 10th place with this solution at a cycle count of 614,684, or a metric of 1474.8, and a score of 15.328, which is 0.564 better than the predecessor, which is a healthy jump. Nice job, JoJo, for getting 10th place there. In 9th place, we have Team Stockholm Syndrome, which is brookieoz and Anime. And Brookie's here to explain it to us. Let's go, Brookie.
Alright, so I'm just going to first start off with the first reactor, actually, R1, just to get it out of the way. All this reactor does is it deconstructs the box into a stream of atoms, and when the second reactor starts processing it, it feeds back 2 atoms back into the second reactor to ensure that the wraparound at the very end of the 12 atom loop. And the very last thing it does before it starts building it is it deposits a neodymium in swapper 1, which acts as a stop command or breakout command in the second reactor. Once that's done, it just builds the box and outputs it. So that's what this reactor does.
Okay, well, there's decomposition going.
Yep.
Need the feedback loop alarm sound. feedback solution. Warning. Things are
Okay.
about to get interesting.
And what point do I switch over? Probably I should switch over
just
already.
Run this for a little bit more actually, because what it's doing right now is blue just bonded 3 atoms. 2 of them are from the are actually the very beginning 2 atoms from the 12 box of atoms. So that's what's there right now. It's currently holding onto the neodymium stop token thing. So it outputs that, it outputs the second for the wraparound, and then does 2 swaps, and that's the output token.
And it's in a special spot for the output
Yes.
token. Okay.
And then from here on, it just starts building the box.
Well, let's go
So
watch the assembly.
That's all this reactor does.
I like the fact that this reactor does disassembly and assembly all in one. There it is. There's our output. And let's go to...
Right.
Go ahead.
This reactor is pretty complicated to explain. The main reason why is I found out after Friday, which was the day that this puzzle was due, that I did something that nobody else did. So while some of the top solutions that we'll see later on used state machines, the way that they implemented their state machines is completely different than how I implemented this one. So, Rexkix, if you'd be so kind to show us the Rule 110 thing.
Okay, let's get rid of that wrong one. Here's your overlay.
Yes, so the thing about Rule 110 is it's supposed to be you modify the center atom according to its 2 neighbors and itself. However, what I am doing is kind of a subversion of Rule 110. So I am actually storing knowledge of the first 2 bits in Blue's position as a Waldo. And I am deciding whether or not to modify the last bit depending on what I read, which tells me information about all 8 possible outcomes. Now, this is strange because I'm not scanning like 3 atoms in a row and operating on that and then going to the next 3 atoms. What I'm doing is I have the first 2 atoms. I know the first 2 atoms stored in memory. I read the next atom, decide how to modify it, then transition so that my just read atom becomes part of the memory that I store. That sounds really complicated, but let's go.
And are these 1 sensor checks?
Yeah, so
Okay.
if we go from here, Blue is currently held on a sink. This is the very beginning where essentially, blue has a little bit of a startup loop where it inputs beta and it fuses into another beta to create the neodymium stop token. Afterwards, it holds on this sync for red to input the very first atom. The very first two sensors, well, the neodymium sensor that is to the right of the blue right now, that is the first initialization sensor. So that tells it, okay, I have red, my very first atom, I need to move to my state that acknowledges that it's 0xx. If it reads zinc there, it's going to move upwards and it gets stuck in this 4 box. That's actually really important because that 4 box counts as both the 00x case and the 10x case. In the case that it reads another 0, in which is the 000 case and the 100 case, it does nothing. It loops around and it swaps. We'll get to what this really does when we talk about red, but for now it's pretty much simplified to say red is doing all the extra commands to that makes it like essentially go to the next atom. It inputs another alpha, it swaps to get to the next atom. Blue is really where all the logic is. And if you notice something, there's swaps kind of littered all over the place. That's because, in general, I'm actually reusing the atom that's deconstructed from the box to output back into Reactor 1 to create the new box. This is something that I don't think anyone else did, and that's another reason why this gets really complicated. So if you actually look at the very last bit in the Rule 110 chart, if you look at the last bit and you compare it to the bit that it's supposed to be, there's actually only 3 cases where this needs to change. The 010 case, the very last 0 needs to be become a 1. The 110 case, in which case the very last bit also needs to be a 1. And the 111 case, in which case the very last 1 needs to become a 0. So all the other cases, all I need to do is just move whatever my input atom is directly to my output. That's what that swap on blue is for. Alright, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's go look into what exactly the state machine is. Rexkix, if you'd like to run this at a very slow speed.
Do I want to have red on or red off? Do I want the overlay on or off?
Let's have red off for now. So here, we've detected that the very first atom is zinc. Therefore, blue is going to go up and enter into this 00 case here. Now, blue swaps there so that the atom goes into the output. Remember that this is our very first 2 atoms, and I need to keep these 2 atoms the same. I cannot change them because I will need to feed them back to achieve the wraparound. So that's why this happens. And then my second atom also happens to be a zinc. So what happens is red will swap that into the output as well.
So red is a swap in this corner.
Yes. So when red hits a swap, it simultaneously does 2 things. One is that it swaps the input, which is the next atom to be red, into red's grip. Simultaneously, it swaps the old atom, which is right now currently in red's grip, over to swapper 3. Blue hits swap on the very next cycle to swap that into the output before red outputs. The reason why it's done like this is because of the 111 special case. We'll get to that at the end.
Okay, I'm going to turn off red. We're going to hit this swap that is on red's invisible. And there it is. It's swapped in, swapped there.
Yep.
And blue does yet another swap, which swaps from here to here and here to here.
Yes. And then red will hit an output when it gets to the bottom left corner of this little box.
So to confirm I have this right, your solution is an update-based one instead of building a new ring. You're kind of like using
Yes.
parts of the old ring.
Yes.
And you just slide them to the
kind of-
right-ish if possible.
It's kind of an update because it's not a true update because I don't actually preserve the position of the ring. It shifts everything over by 1.
Yeah, you grab the one to the left if it happens to match, right?
No, it's
Something like
just
that?
it modifies the very last atom according to what the previous 2 atoms are, instead of reading forwards by 1 and then modifying the current atom. If you read forwards by 1 and modify the current atom, you end up with no shift at all.
Yeah.
But because it does this thing, it gets shifted, and that's corrected in the assembly reactor.
Okay.
Okay. Can go on.
Yes.
Can
So
turn off red for a moment.
yep. So far we've just read zeros and zeros and zeros, and that always gets you a 0 in the rule 110 case. So far nothing interesting has happened. But now red is going to swap in a neodymium. Blue is going to see this, and now that we know that there's this blue, we need to update our reading frame because we're going to read like 001. And that means that we're going to have to output a 1, which is done because blue will just swap the neodymium into the output because it's supposed to be a 1. But now we have to shift the memory from 00 to 01. So that's what blue does right now. When red goes onto that sensor, blue will see that there's a neodymium, and now it's going to move into the 01 state, which is this branch. All right. So now that we've moved into the 01 state, the funny thing is a 01 state cannot ever go back to itself. If you read a 1, it has to go to 1-1. If it reads a 0, it goes to 1-0. So that's why there is no looping in the 01 state. Similarly, because of the same reasoning, there is no looping in the 1-0 state. But anyhow, so that neodymium goes directly to the output because it's another one of those cases where I don't need to modify it. Now, we just read a 0, which means that we've just read 010. This output is supposed to be a 1. So what do? I fuse in the zinc that's been over that fusion laser to modify this zinc into a neodymium. That is then swapped into the output over 2 swaps. Meanwhile, red swaps into the next atom, of course.
There's our neodymium to the output.
Right. And simultaneously, we've transitioned to the 1-0 state. It happens to be that the 0-0 state and the 1-0 state actually happen to be equivalent. As in, if you read a 0, nothing happens, and it just goes back to 0-0 or itself. And if it reads a 1, it transitions to the 1-0 state. So it just happens to be that the 1-0 state and 0-0 state are equivalent.
Okay.
Right. Well, we're not going to see the 110 branch and the 111 branch until the second and third input, I believe. So
Let's watch.
Yeah.
Let's watch your escape, your special token.
Okay. Right. So one thing that you might notice is red is kind of stuck in this 4-cycle loop. One of the nice things is I can time when blue uses a sense command. So that's how everything gets kept kind of like in sync with each other. But that also means that the sensor is not actually active in any of the other 3 cycles. So you might notice there are some sensors that don't seem to quite line up. That's actually what we'll see is going to be used for the escape clause.
Okay. We're getting there soon. We're done with the molecule. Any minute now. There it is.
Right. So blue's neodymium sensor right there actually would never trigger if it was trigger if it was just red. Yeah, red holding on to neodymium. It will only
It would have
trigger,
already moved up by now. Yeah.
Yeah, it will only trigger during the escape clause. Similarly, red also has 2 neodymium sensors. The second one, which is the breakout clause, only triggers if it's this specific neodymium.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go up. Blue's already going its way back to this original sync.
Yes.
And red's going over here. And it's gonna grab the token and give it back to the
It's going to
reactor.
recycle that token. That token gets made in like the first 15 cycles or so, and it never gets used. It just gets recycled all the time.
Fascinating. Okay. And there we go. We're red's in its really tight for loop. Which really I found to be fascinating. Because it keeps swapping in here without dropping. Just gets the next input. I think that's really cool. And here's our end of molecule token.
Yep.
Red's gonna go clean it up.
Is there a reason you figured out that the end of molecule token didn't have to be something other than zinc or neodymium? My instinct would have been to make 90 or whatever it was.
So like thorium or something like
I would have just made
phosphorus.
You just figured out that it wasn't needed. You could just use what you had.
So it ended up being that I'm actually forced to use neodymium as my breakout token. The reason why that is because of
Stuck in a loop.
it's because of the 111 special case. I'm forced to use neodymium as the breakout token to keep red as a 4 loop. Otherwise, red is forced to be a 6 loop.
Okay.
And that slows things down by a lot.
Yeah, as in you have to use red's natural sensor to get out. Okay.
Okay. And there we go. That was output 3. We get a 111 in here. There is a 111.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go watch that 111. Oh, how are we ever going to watch for it? There's a 1.
Blue's path to go to the top.
Okay. So when blue gets up here.
Yes. That is the 1-1 case. It's storing 1-1 in its position.
There's a 1.
There will be a 1-1-1 soon. It's this. So
Okay.
right here, it's in the 0-1 state. Now it's going to swap, and then it's going to find out that it is in the 1-1 state. Now it needs to check if it's 1-1-0 or 1-1-1. If it's 1-1-0, then all it needs to do is it needs to increment that last 0, which is the zinc, into a 1, which is neodymium. So that's where that fused into beta goes. But if it's a 1 case, this is where things get a little bit complicated. So red is going to swap in this next tile. Blue is going to grab onto it the very same cycle. This is important because blue is going to move onto a sensor and tell red that, hey, something special is going on, I need you to wait a little bit. So red goes on this detour that adds 4 cycles to its loop. Blue, meanwhile, is going to split that neodymium to decrement it from a 1 to a 0. It's going to drop over the fourth swapper, and then red is going to output.
Now, what are these sensors about? Oh, that's the breakout.
So those sensors there are actually for the breakout, in case, in the case that blue gets there and the next input requires blue to leave.
Okay.
Red outputs before that blue swap. Why is that blue swap there? Because of initialization. In the case that the very first 2 atoms are 1 and 1, then blue needs to swap into that. Blue needs to swap, and that's the only time that that swap ever actually does anything.
Now I notice you have a path back to here with this arrow.
Yes.
What is that about?
So that is for blue to be timed correctly, because the initialization requires 3 spaces between every sensor.
Mm-hmm.
So that sensor to the neodymium sensor that's the bottom left of that little block there, that needs to be exactly 3 spaces from the zinc sensor that's 2 tiles above it. So that's the only way I could fit that and work around it. So
interesting. And there's our 111 case being handled. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And here's our token saying we're done.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. I really love this solution, even if it does baffle me.
Yeah, so one of the big problems about this solution is that although I am getting pretty good throughput at 4 cycles per, or 4.5 cycles actually per every check of rule 110, it's 4.5 cycles because 7 out of 8 of these only require 4 cycles, and the 111 special case, which happens 1/8 of the time in purely random situations, takes 8 cycles, and if you do the average, it's 4.5 cycles. The problem with it is it has really bad latency. Why? Because the way that I have to deconstruct the box means that I have to waste several cycles inputting it into the first reactor and then outputting it into the second reactor. And the way that I've done it, I kind of gave up towards the end because theoretically, you wouldn't have such a long pipe, but slamming 12 atoms in at once makes for the easiest way, because I can get that over with and then start on the feedback and then the box construction with my first reactor. But doing that means that I have a really, really, really long pipe from the first reactor to the second reactor. That's really not good for latency, especially since this puzzle ends up being 100% about latency. But yeah, and there's also the pipe between the second reactor back to the first reactor is also not very good. So yeah, it's pretty bad when it comes to latency, and that's where I lose pretty much all of my points. But yeah, it's pretty good latency, but it's very bad latency.
You get throughput, but very bad latency.
Yes. Very good throughput, but very bad latency. So that's how the solution works.
Well, let's go see it run a little bit. Oh gosh. Let's go to the results screen. Stockholm Syndrome. Anime and brookieoz get ninth place with a cycle count of 571,396 cycles, a metric of 1,256.2, and a score of 17.869, which is a 2.5 point improvement over the previous one. Let's take a look at that metric. Here we're getting the start of a whole bunch in the 12,000 to mid 1200 to high 1100 cycles. There is 6 solutions in this range. A large number.
Yes, from 9th place all the way to 3rd place is all within like 80 metric points or something like that.
And then there's a big jump, and you'll see later. Foreshadow. Anyhow, Stockholm Syndrome got a metric of 1,256. The predecessing solution JoJo 1474. Okay, that made a 2.5 point jump in score. Thank you, Brookie. Thank you for explaining that really complicated solution. The 8th place solution is Biggie Max, and he's here to explain it, so let's go, Biggie.
Yeah, so I have another one with a sense reactor and an assembly reactor. It's just the straightforward 3-reactor layout, and the piping is as short as can be for a loop that goes through all 3. And let's look into the first reactor. So hiding red for the moment, because red is the sense machine and it's a lot of spaghetti. You can see that blue is going to grab onto the input and go in a circle over 2 sensors at a time. And when we play it, we'll just get to see what blue is doing. So right now the sensors are over the right corner, and then the top middle, and then the top 2 there. Now I have to move it 1 more space counterclockwise, and I'm not going to put it on the same 2 sensors. I'm going to put it on the 2 sensors towards the bottom of the reactor. So similarly to what we saw McCrush doing and maybe a few other solutions, we're windowing 2 atoms at a time. But every time I rotate in the wrong direction and go to the opposite side of the reactor for those 2 sensors. And so with that approach, it's going to be the same sort of sense 2 atoms and determine where the state machine progresses from there. But because I do it in this loop, I can loop twice and then just pass blue off to the output. And there's a bit of a mess when blue starts to go towards output, which I'll talk about later. But knowing that this is the order in which I'm using the sensors, we can now turn red on and turn the annotations on and see what kind of nonsense red is actually doing.
Okay. Red on. Annotations on.
And it looks like a lot because there are 2 plus epsilon copies of the state machine wrapped around here. So if you turn blue off so it's at least a little less visually crowded, we can see that red is currently up in the top right of the reactor. One of the loops exists up in the top right and is handled with 3 arrows that are drawn in by Lazy Comet's beautiful annotations. The blue arrow up for X01, X10 will loop back into that same top right spot. The pink arrow to the right for X00 will output an encoded zinc and loop back into the top right, but the X11 will pass it off into the leftmost loop, where it'll then go in through the full. So all the leftmost loop can handle all possibilities. The top right loop can handle all possibilities except X11, which it passes off to the left. And then below that is the special case first input logic, which I only added for latency savings. And this solution is really, really low latency for not the best throughput. And that's how it ends up being ahead of Stockholm Syndrome, which had the opposite problem of great throughput, but terrible latency. So we'll watch red do its loop, and then it's about to be the end of this output, which is the coolest part, in my opinion. So the output is being moved off to the recycler, and red is in the top right loop still. Red is about to be sent down to the left by a fake X11.
A fake X11?
Yeah, so it'll do the same things as if there was X11 on the sensor, but there isn't. But that causes red to go to the other loop in the bottom left. And then I stick a phosphorus onto a sensor. That phosphorus is made by scrapping a piece off of the output before it is recycled. And that tells red not only to go down, but to break out of the lower left loop and go sit on an input alpha. So it'll add a neodymium to the board, swap it out, and then sit on input alpha. This allows it to be in as early of a possible way that it can get the information out of that next ring so that it can start the next reactor as quickly as it can.
Nice.
So a lot of reactors have the same Waldo that inputs the first ring, move it onto sensors. Mine is already input where the sensors can sense it. Up in that input zone, there are the two sensors that impact the very first decision. And red is the one hammering on input alpha so that it can, after that input succeeds, immediately go onto sensors.
Now remember, when I studied your solution, that if you started with a neodymium and you split it here,
yeah, so
you go down and you split it again.
Yeah, acquiring a phosphorus from an unknown zinc or neodymium just means that there's possibly one more split. But since I'm already on top of a sensor when I can do that branch point, blue can spaghetti its way around and make sure that the phosphorus is always on a sensor for red.
Nice.
And all this stuff happens during the downtime when the ring is passed around through the pipes. So I could take an extra, I think, 15 cycles here with no penalty for the latency and the throughput.
Nice.
But as it is, I get it done quickly enough so that it doesn't look as bad, but it still is very visually overwhelming.
Can get rid of the overlay?
Yeah, at this point, the annotations have served their purpose. There's still the reasoning for the first special case sense logic being as different as it is to explain, but that's because red hit an input beta and a swap before it hammered on an alpha. So that lower branch that is activated by phosphorus first hits in beta and swap. Most of the time, red is doing that within its loops after having already performed senses because that's what made the timing work out nicest. But it can do it before the first sense, only on the first one because there's downtime.
Have a bit of latency or time.
Okay.
So all of this to say, it's going to eventually be putting a neodymium on one of two swappers using the same one or two swaps approach we've seen a lot of other people do. And red has a lot of spaghetti to handle it.
Let's go take a look at the assembly reactor.
Yep. So the loops on the first one are designed so that if it's outputting a neodymium, it'll make its next output 6 cycles later. If it's outputting a zinc, it'll make its next output 10 cycles later. That aligns with the time that red needs to do this loop that it's in right now. If it's a neodymium output, then it grabs it off of the right side of the splitter. If it's a zinc encoded as a neodymium in the top left, then it notices that and it performs the split. That takes 10 cycles if it does that extra detour and 6 cycles if it doesn't. And a fun fact about this rule, because there are 8 possible input strings, but 5 of them encode a neodymium output. Neodymium is the more common output across all uniform possibilities, so the average of 6 and 10 here is not 8, it's 7.5 in practice.
Okay.
Which is a little nicer, just for assembly speed.
And
it also, because I'm timed like this, I know exactly after that sync when the last bond is going to be made, and blue just has to sense for neodymium to determine whether or not red is doing its detour. It'll go drop down by 2 and come back up if it does. Otherwise, it just passes off to the right. It bonds it in flight. So that allows for, again, a really low latency on the last bond into output.
Is that what this neodymium sensor is all about?
Exactly. So if the last atom passed to this reactor is a neodymium, then red is going to have to do its detour before it can make a bond. Blue is holding on to the rest of the product, ready to bond it in flight. And so it has to burn an extra 4 cycles if red is taking the detour, and so it does the exact same sense that red does.
Okay.
'Cause they're both going to check whether that's a neodymium or not. I think this output shows that detour being taken.
Well, let's see.
Let me get over the 12. Yeah, blue is otherwise more or less just burning time, making sure things are in position, but on this last one, yeah, it's going to be in the top left, so it's going to become a zinc. But that means for now it's a neodymium on the sensor. So blue takes an extra 4 cycles so that it can bond in flight. That bond is made. As soon as red drops, blue is already doing the rotate. This is as fast as this particular red assembly loop can get an output into that position.
Nice.
I worked a little bit on that last bit of latency, and I think I saved over 8,000 cycles in the end just by doing that.
Now, why does it drop the first 2 there?
So I said that there was a fake X11 when the first reactor
Yes,
was
you
trying to
did.
make sure the red was in the right place. So there's a few extra atoms that are created from fake sensing paths just so that I can make sure red gets into position. And that does manifest as 2 extra outputs sent to this reactor that don't become any part of any ring.
Okay.
So this actually has 14 atoms pass through it. The first 12 become the ring, and then the last 2 are just a byproduct of resetting. And again, that all happens during the downtime when otherwise these reactors would be waiting on the next ring anyway. So it's not slowing down the solution. The time that matters is optimized.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's about all there is to it. This assembly loop was something I discovered on my 6th or so iteration, and I made 5 more solutions based off of this. I had quite a few nights that I stayed up way too late, and so the solution was titled Lost Sleep.
Oh, wow.
But I'm generally happy with how it came out. The spaghetti mess to try to save all that latency was very powerful in terms of getting me ahead of at least the Stockholm Syndrome solution. Although there are still 7 people who were ahead of me.
Yeah, I know, it's really tight in here. We'll see that in a
Yeah,
moment.
I do like that latency versus throughput fight that you guys had. As in the one that has really good throughput, really bad latency, and one has just really good latency and decent but not as good throughput or whatever it was.
Yeah, mine's on average over the whole thing, it takes 7.5 cycles to process 1 atom, but it takes only 101 cycles to process an entire ring, which multiply 12 by 7.5 means I'm only spending 11 extra cycles on the...
So it happens when you don't have a feedback loop.
Yeah, really.
Okay, well, let's let it run for a little bit. Yes, indeed it does.
I think that's all there is to it. I didn't have to use zinc input. I didn't have to do much extra confusion. There is still annotations on that screen. There we go.
There we go.
You didn't opt to pipe the zinc input into the recycler directly.
No, that would have been a lot of extra rendering that I didn't... I didn't want to have to wait for extra rendering if I was on the overworld.
Anyhow, Biggie Mac gets 8th place with 559,806 cycles. The metric is 1230.9. A score of 18.413 and an improvement over Stockholm Syndrome of 0.544. Let's go take a look at those metrics really fast. 1230 versus the 1256.2. It's getting tight in here. Just you wait. Anyhow, thank you, Biggie. In 7th place, we have Team Random Element, which is me and Chaboka. And we have this solution. Let's go take a look at it. Our first reactor is a Rule 110 processing reactor, like most solutions. And don't worry about blue so much as look at red and the path we're taking past these 3 sensors. Red's going to get the input. It's going to sync. Immediately after the sync, blue gets 2 passes to look at what's on the sensors, which are these 2. We're going to look at these 3 atoms. So he gets 2 sensors cycles and then gets a 3rd one, if it needs it, to look at the next 2. Then we hit another sync immediately, and blue gets 2 passes to look at these 2 before red moves and looks at these 2. Then finally there's another sync. Blue gets 2 passes to look at these 2 before it looks at these 2. Went a little fast. Then red does a rotate, and we're going to do the next corner. So let's go take a look. What blue is doing is if it's going to do output a 0, it swaps once and puts the input to this position. And if it wants to output a 1, it swaps twice and outputs to this position. So let's go turn on the overlay. And as you can see, the first time red hits the sync, blue hits here and it has 2 cycles to look at these first 2 atoms. In this case, we get a zing-zinc. If we had no zincs, well, we'd be looking at a, well, in this case, we see no zincs. Excuse me. We see no nodiliums. We got 2 zincs. We're in one of the 2 patterns that ends in 0, 0, which always output a 0. So we get a single swap and an output. We hit our next sync. If we have in the next case, we're going to look at these two, and we've got a neodymium. We've also got a zinc. So we're in either a pattern X10 or an X11. Or, excuse me, X10, X01. We know we've got at least one neodymium and one zinc. So in this case, we're going to swap twice, generating a neodymium, and hit our sync, our output and our sync. And then the next one is also a case where we have a X01 or X10, and so we're going to follow that same path. Now, if we had a 1-1, so that handles our X00 cases, or X10 and X01. The only thing we're not sure about are the X11 type cases. If we have a pair of ones at the end, we'll take this neodymium path, we'll take this down path, and if we had a 1-1-1, we'll go this way and output a 0. If we have a 0-1-1, we'll go down this way and we'll swap twice, output, and we've replicated our sensor array, sensor commands. This sync is equivalent to that sync, and this whole network is equivalent to this whole network. And we just did that to save ourselves a single cycle of latency, or single processing cycle for the 0-1-1 case. And that's this reactor. We'll go take a look at the 1-1-1 case and the 0-1-1 case in a minute. Let's go take a look at our assembly reactor. We'll start this over again. Actually, let's go back. Our 000 case has 4 in its cycle. Our X01 and X10 path has 6 in its cycle. Our 1-1-1 has 6 in its cycle. And our 0-1-1 is our long one, which has 7 in its cycle. In our assembly reactor, everything takes 6 to get where it needs to go, a single input loop. We're going to build 6 of 3 with blue, and Red's going to catch that and grab and rotate. So Red's going to get its input. The first one was a neodymium. There's nothing to do here. We let blue grab it and output it to the chain. The next one senses a neodymium here, and again, we're just going to output it. The next one is not sensed as a neodymium there, so Red's going to wake up blue, but there's nothing to grab here. Instead, Red's going to swap this neodymium, which represents the zinc, to the output, and also the zinc, the fixed zinc input to here. So blue can add that to the string of 3. Red's going to grab it, rotate it, and get ready to handle the next. And again, this is not sensed here as a neodymium. So Red's going to do the double swap. Blue's going to grab that zinc and add it. And away we go. We're making sticks of 3. Eventually, the whole thing is dragged to the output zone with these flip-flops. These two are counting side flip-flops, and we output it, and away we go. We get our input back, or we output, and here's our token coming through, and its output hits the sync. We get our next input. Now let's just watch this go through. Here we go. This is the input with the 1-1-1 in it. So first, we got to handle, okay, here we are. We've done the 3. Now we're going to look at these 3. We get there is a 1. There is not a 0. and there's not a 0. So we have a 111 at this point. And a single swap gets the neodymium into the zinc output, or interpreted as zinc generated zone. And we go to the next one. In this case, we have a 011. We sense the neodymium. We did not sense a zinc. And here we do sense a zinc. So we're going to go swap twice and output and get ready with the sink here that's equivalent to the sink here. And that's how our sensor reactor works. That was how our assembly reactor works. We can watch it go for a little bit, but
so your solution is very fast for like pure zinc rings, kind of. Got that 4-cycle loop.
That is correct, but it still would have been slow for this.
The assembler.
Yeah, it still was going to take 6. Now, it turns out that everyone says this reactor was fast and this reactor was slow and this was a limiter. There are some times when when blue's hanging on output, it just can't output fast enough for this reactor. And there's some times where this reactor is hanging on input, where the sensor reactor took a 7-cycle loop twice in a row.
Yeah, it must depend a lot on the yeah, exactly. Depend on the input. So
this is as good as you're gonna get from us. We did really well. Chavoka had some really amazing last few days where I was staring at it. I was sure we had nothing to gain, and next thing I know, I get a message from him. I saved this many cycles, and it's like, wow, how'd you do that? One of our last tricks was to take these 2 input betas, and instead it used to look more like that. But then we did that, and we saved another 1,000 cycles.
Slightly faster.
Yeah, and I shrug my shoulders and say another 1,000 cycles. We got like 2 metric points for it, but you'll see in a minute. Really tight scores right here. A few metric points here and there were making a big difference in terms of placement. So,
do I get to call you out on the unprimed flip-flop, or is there... I think there must be enough startup time, right? If you pointed reds in alpha toward that flip-flop.
Reds in alpha.
Yeah. The initial in alpha, I should say.
Okay.
And then move the start 1 to the left and add that in alpha that you need. That should save you 2 symbols. But again, not that we had any bucket. There's also an arrow on the top line, but yeah, let's see if this actually...
An arrow on the top line?
Yeah, where the init path merged with the top line is no longer needed. The one further up. Yeah, that one.
Well, let's go see. Uh-oh. Score.
You know, and just in case you ever find yourself in a bucket tie, which I don't think anyone did.
No one did, but I am very appreciative. Nice job, Zig. Boy, you had 5 minutes with my reactor.
I'm here to prime flip-flops and not save cycles.
That's fine. Let's go back to the way it was. And let's go out. And runs. I'll tell you it takes about 2 minutes to get the answer, but we need to wait 2 minutes. Let's go and it does take 558,106 cycles for a metric of 1,227.6, a score of 18.678, and just a measly 0.265 improvement over the predecessor. Let's go take a look at that. 12,027.6 versus 12,030.9. Difference of just over 3 metric points.
So yeah, less than 2,000 cycles. 2,000 cycles.
Yeah. So every little bit helped. Chavoka, you were great fun to work with this tournament. Thank you very much. And that's our solution. In 6th place, we have Team Lazy and Logggy, which is Lazy Comet and Gigi Gall. And Lazy Comet's here to explain it to us, so let's go listen.
Okay, so our first reactor has a bit of a mess. It's we called it a 3-reactor snake for a reason. But if you want to just hide red for a second, and we'll take a look at what blue does. Blue is in charge of moving the entire ring around that one sensor in the middle. That is Blue's job. Blue's job is to move the ring and input alpha and swap the neodymium from alpha to the output one time. Red's job is to perform the logic of rule 110 and determine if it needs to swap one extra time to get that neodymium into the 0 encoded position. So if you run the reactor
with red on or off?
Just blue, just to show how blue is just snaking around the entire thing. Blue is just snaking the entire element around that one sensor. And red is just going on its merry way, tootling around, doing background stuff, while blue just moves it across and snakes the entire thing around that sensor.
So the snaking is to fit in support commands?
Yes. Blue is having to support, because red's path is very, very symbol dense. So blue's path needs to perform the input alpha and the swap, and a sync. Because if we turn on red's path and turn on the overlay and hide blue's path, we are encoding each sync as a position in memory corresponding to one of the 4 states.
Yes.
X00, X01, X10, and X11. However, the entire thing is mirrored across the diagonal to make the X01 case happen faster, so we can save on that latency. So, because blue is in charge of inputting an element and sending it to the output zone, we have to prime red, because we don't know what the state is of the element before we get it in the reactor, and red could be in the completely wrong state to start the chain off in. So if you restart the reactor and run it from the beginning, with blue hidden, because blue is just going to move it onto that sensor, and go slowly. Red is sitting at the 00 sync, and we've moved blue there, and red is performing extra logic to like swap out and output, but blue hasn't input an alpha yet, so all we're doing is just priming the state machine. Because as long as we read 2 inputs into it, we can get to a known state in the ring and be ready to go. So now on like the 4th or 5th cycle, we now have the state machine primed. Red is on the correct sync for what it has just read in, which was 01 or X10 because we're reading it backwards. And now red is ready to go through, read in the next state. It now knows what the state is, and it will then just truncate that 3-bit information back into a 2-bit information to fit the sync, so it knows which path to choose next. The only long-ish path is the special case of 100, 000, and 111, in which red goes on hits an extra swap before hitting the output and then returning back to the sync.
Okay, so here we're in the...
So here we've hit a 00 case. We've sensed we were at X00. We're now sensing another 0, which will put us back to X00.
So every kind of state area is based on the previous 2 bits?
Yes, we only have to read the entire ring once and read 2 of the elements an additional time. So we read 14. We make 14 reads of a 12 length ring to know every state and to output the correct information per state. That requires having a startup time of a couple cycles to prime the state machine to get it to the right state, because you need to read at least 2 bits to know where to start.
Mm-hmm. How does the 111 case work then? You're detecting the next one, and every state is outputting for the middle of what it knows?
No, so the 111 case is at the bottom where that neodymium is, and so it is coming from the previous known state of X11, and so if it reads an extra 1 there, it knows it's 111, and then the X11 state is duplicated below it because we can't really fit it above it, so you see it kind of goes in a loop.
Okay.
And so it can end up going back on itself. The 000 and the 111 case end up going just looping back on themselves, basically, and will be stuck there until you read something else. But yeah, it's basically from the X11 case, and reading a 0 creates a lot of latency, which is why we have mirrored the entire state machine at the X01 case, because piping that back around, if you see where that sink is, and on top, at the very, very top of the reactor, is the other X01 labeled. You'll see that that's 7 cycles to loop all the way back around up there, and so every time we hit that case would be very slow if we didn't mirror our state.
Similar to what did we see someone duplicate states already?
Mirror their machines to save the latency.
Mm-hmm. So when you've already seen 2, the next sensor check is to determine the leftmost bit's output, or is it the middle bit's output? Must be the middle bit's output.
Middle bit.
Yeah. Okay.
We are reading ahead, basically.
Yeah.
I guess we can now turn off the overlay and go to the next reactor, because we've now encoded the position, the 1 versus 0 as the position. So our next reactor...
Oh gosh. A lot of red.
Yeah, well, red was a short, small loop that kind of doubled back on itself a bajillion times to flip that thing around and output it. But GGGOL found it was faster if red didn't hit as many flip-flops.
Yeah.
So he decided to make red hit as few flip-flops as possible.
Flashbacks to optimizing whatever that one resonant level was. That was fusing a million times.
Right. And looking at this now, I can see a cycle save of one cycle per unit. Just because of the way that red does 2 bonds down there. If you want to just
down where?
If you want to stop the reactor and just delete one of those extra bond pluses.
This one?
Nope. From the left right. Yeah, one of those 2. Delete one of them. Delete the leftmost one, and just shift the split to the right, right by 1. Move the sink over by 1, and move another bonder pad up next to the bonders on the top. To the left
I
of
feel
it.
like this would be easier if we'd seen it run through, but sure.
No, up to the left a little bit. Up there. That is where the ring terminates and will end itself, and this saves 1 latency.
Okay. It's building, red's just, grabbing and turning, okay.
Yeah, red's just grabbing and turning.
That's the thing, yeah. So it's got to do a split, that's why it's...
So this now makes red hit bond 2 things at a time instead of 1 thing at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and how does that make it any faster?
Because the sink is now forward by 1 square.
Ah.
So the grab happens 1 cycle sooner per ring.
Okay, but let's pretend we didn't do that.
But we didn't do that, so we don't get to talk about it.
No. Well, we'll see how much faster it is maybe when we're done.
So I guess blue has a lot of commands because it has to do all those grabs to deal with the splits.
Because what blue is doing is the position is encoded. It's either going to be on that splitter or not on that splitter. So blue has got either that element's going to get split or not split. And blue's return path just so happens to grab the extra waste product and swap it away to somewhere else. So it's a
just so happens by design.
It so happens we designed it so that it swaps away, and it's a nice little 6-cycle loop.
Nice.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about, if we didn't have any sinks, we could make it 4 cycles. But
Spicy.
we could not figure out how to do that. We figured the only way to do that would be to make a giant ring and then fuse things into it. Which we
Foreshadowing.
which we did.
Foreshadowing.
Hashtag foreshadowing.
Hashtag
Okay.
foreshadowing.
But I did a little bit of math, and I compared this against the previous solution. And I found something very interesting about the latency of this. So the previous reactor, the previous solution finishes assembling on cycle 105 of the first input. It then does not output until cycle 112. Our reactor finishes assembly on cycle 102. Very, very close, and that could just be chalked up to the whole fact that our loops are slightly different lengths than your guys' loops.
Right.
But we output on cycle 106. So we're both using a 6-cycle assembly loop.
Right.
Our latency from final assembly to output is much faster, making us eke out a little bit ahead in the metric points.
Wow. We'll see that when we get to the results screen. Shall we get to the results screen?
Yes, we shall.
And here we go. Here we are. Results screen. Team Lazy and Logggy got 553,000 cycles, 465, with a metric of 1,216.6, a score of 19.045, or a difference of 0.0367 improvement in score. Let's go take a look at those metrics. 1216 versus 1227. It's getting tight in here. Next solutions by Team 87. For 5th place, that's Gigs and Resumes, and Gigs is here to talk about it. So let's go, Gigs.
Right, so as most solutions, this is a 3 or 2 reactor solution. Most happens in the first reactor.
Holy crap.
Yeah, this is the one that implements rule 110. So we sense 1 atom per cycle going counterclockwise because this means the sensor encoding is slightly easier, as the third atom is necessary in fewer cases. So we have an input, and we're sensing. There was already one done. So the way this works, the first is sensed on the sensor that is at the top right of in beta, I think. Yeah,
here's
that's
your
right.
sync. He's waking up.
We sense neodymium. Yeah, that's it. Then we sense zinc, and then we go up to use the other sensor for the third atom. So
okay,
that is 1 done. So red is doing the input handling, and it has sinks in between each triplet sensing. And we have it set up so that the delays between each triplet are 6 cycles, then 5 cycles, 5 cycles again, you see that here, and then 11 cycles. And that's a special case. We just sense zinc, neodymium, and zinc while going up using the third sensor. And the reason we do that is so that we can go back less to the left. It saves some cycles, not having to go all the way back to the left for the subsequent sensing.
here's the sync.
That makes sense.
We're going to use this sensor.
Yeah.
Use it again. And now
then
we're
the
going to
one
use
at the
this
top.
one.
Yeah. So we go around one more time, doing the same thing.
Can I cut in here for a second? So, what is the overall idea behind Blue right now? Why am I looking at a screen filled with sensors? I think I need an explanation.
Yeah, I got caught up in explaining what red does and completely forgot about blue. So, yeah, red does the input handling and blue does the sensing. And blue is essentially 8 copies of the same sensor code. I think
8 copies, wow.
Yeah, 8 copies because, well, we used to have, I believe, 5, but then adding 3 more copies saved about 1% of the cycle count, so and only for 80 symbols, so that was clearly worth it. And yeah, the reason there are 8 copies is that it allows to have, the longest path for blue is 6 cycles, and since red has quite a few times 5 cycles between 2 sinks, we will need to cut that short. And if we have several copies, it diminishes the number of 6 cycle loops on blue.
It doesn't have to waste time resetting to the start of its thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason.
Okay. Shall we take a look at the overlay real fast?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Show me this overlay. Okay, you only did one of them.
Yeah, no, because that's essentially the only sensor code there is. Everything else is just a copy and rotated.
Yeah, that's fair. I was really hoping I was about to see a screen full of annotations.
I'm too disappointed there. I'm sorry to disappoint you there.
This is less.
We're not that clever, but we tried. And so, yeah, the idea behind going counterclockwise is that the third atom is necessary, is unnecessary in all cases.
Wow. Okay. It's unnecessary in all cases? You still have the 111 and the 011 to differentiate, yes?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean it's necessary in less cases than if you sense clockwise.
Right. And why don't we go to your assembly reactor when you're ready, and we'll come back to an input that has your a 111 pattern. We'll see about that.
First, I should say that we have an input beta which is neodymium, and we swap once for every time. And if it's supposed to be neodymium, so it stays on swapper 2. But if it's supposed to be a zinc, it gets swapped one more time and ends up on swapper 3.
Okay, so here's a zinc, which is going to be a 0 output. So it swaps it one more time.
Yeah, and blue swaps here, and then outputs.
Right is zinc, left is neodymium.
Yeah. And so yeah, the way we have this set up, we're going to send 13 atoms per input, and the 13th will just be discarded in the last reactor.
Why do you send that extra atom?
Because there is sensing going on. Well, the exit loop for red is after we sense a triplet while going upwards, if that makes sense.
So it accidentally sensed 17th. I think there was something in Zought's iteration process where we had that too.
Yeah, there's a 4-count flip-flop on the left on red, and you see that red exits and recycles the inputs after the upward path that senses a triplet.
So the 13th one is the last one.
It's the first one again. It's the first one again.
Got it. Okay. Let's go take a look at your assembly reactor. Well, it's already...
Right. So
starting it over again, sorry.
Yeah, no issues. So this is the assembly. Blue runs on an 8-cycle loop with sinks, well, with one sink. And depending on the position of the input, blue will either grab and split into zinc, or simply grab as was the case here, neodymium. And red steals every third input and does the rotation. We do length 3 sticks, rotate, add another 3 stick, rotate, and at the end we just output, and then the 13th atom is discarded. We'll see that right here.
Is this reactor able to keep up with the pace of the previous one?
Nope.
The previous one was blazing out the.
I think there's a couple of cycles of latency, if I remember correctly.
While it's rotating and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So, red has an average of 7.25 cycles per senses. Then, yeah, there are a couple of cycles where there's an input, an atom in the pipe. Just a couple, but
yeah, okay.
Times 4,000, it could make a difference.
And here's an input that's got some 111s in it. So let's go take a look.
Yep.
Or is even blue? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's the second triplet. Oh, the third.
Now here is
0, 1,
0, 1,
So we're
1.
still one more. And then
And here we have 1, 1, and 1.
Okay, and we get our swap and
nice
output.
swap.
And we're going to get, where do we get our 0, 1, 1? Is this our 0, 1, 1? I think we already missed it.
Nope. It's going to be later, I think. Right, 0, 1, 1. That was 1.
Oh, always miss it. This is so confusing.
Yeah, because it's going counterclockwise.
Yeah. Okay. Well then.
Yeah. Well, yeah, blue looks very, very complicated, but yeah, it's just to save 1% of the cycle count. And I don't think it would have made much of a difference, but yeah, we didn't know that before submitting, so of course.
Of course.
And yeah, we'll see something very similar to this, but much better. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned indeed. Let's go to the outer world and watch just a little bit of this molecule being assembled and this one being scanned. And there it is going out, and there it is going out. With our extra 13th, lucky number 13th generated atom going to the recycler.
I do really like reactors like that, where it's just like it must have started out really simple with blue, but then like looking at it now, it's almost impossible to read. But like conceptually, it's still just the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how it works.
Yeah, how many times is it duplicated?
Sorry?
8.
He said.
Yeah, it's 8 copies. But there's a blob near the red flip-flop. We merged 2 of those because it saved symbols. So you see a blob with 4 sensors in a square, and yeah.
Jesus.
And yeah, really, a lot of credits go to Results for this one, because 24 hours before the deadline, we had something like 1,296, I believe, and yeah, I just couldn't make any progress.
Counterpoint drop in the last day.
Yeah,
nice.
And that's all Results. So, thank you.
Nice job. Well, here we go. And it's fast, but not fast enough for my patience.
About 41 or 42 seconds, I think. I don't remember correctly.
Oh, in any case, we get here. Our recorded result screen gives Team 87 a cycle count of 543,100, and a metric of 1,194.6. giving them a score of 19.565, or an improvement of just a little over half a point over the previous solution. This is in a group that's been really close together, bunched up. Thank you, Gigs.
No problem.
In fourth place, we have Sir, and his solution is here. And we're going to have Zig explain it to us. Go ahead, Zig.
Okay, so Sir, similar to Team Random Element, used a two-sensor algorithm. So let's take a look at Reactor 1, which is where the logic is happening, as with many solutions. And let's first watch how red is going to run around. Let's turn off blue and just see how the positioning will work out. So red's going to have a few squiggles to do two checks, two sensors at a time, or two atoms on the sensors at a time. And it'll handle the corners eventually by using just kind of a long squiggly path with a rotate. So yeah, we can see that red's going to be handling two sensor checks at a time. And now let's take a look at blue and turn on the annotations. So yeah, blue's got a efficient implementation of the two-sensor algorithm we've seen before, running counterclockwise. So that means it's going to need to look ahead to the next pair of two sensors for the 111 case. But for all the other cases, it only needs to do checks on the two sensors, checks on the current sensors. Yeah. So here we go. So here it sees, let's say, there's at least a neodymium on there, and there's at least a zinc on there. So it knows that it's in either X01 or X10, and both of those have an output. So that's the common algorithm that's been used, which notices that checking for both neodymium and zinc is sufficient to do an output, usually. Or output a 1, I should say.
Let's get, okay. Here
if it sees purely zinc, then it knows it's in the 2 zeros case. So this is the advantage of the two-sensor algorithm, is you can do just that single check. And what SIR does, most of the previous solutions we've seen used swappers to position, but SIR also splits before putting it out. So that means that the second reactor doesn't have to deal with the splitting, which is a bit nice, but also it means the loops in this reactor are slightly longer.
Okay.
But SIR has loops of, I think it is 6 and mostly 6 and 1-8 with the 111 case and 011 case.
What's this extra psi output? It's just...
I believe that's just to output slightly earlier, because it's possible to.
Okay.
Which is because the second reactor is just stalled on sinks and inputs, it might as well output earlier if it can.
Okay. Let's go take a look at that other reactor. How about it?
Sure. So, yeah, the assembly is pretty straightforward. It's receiving them in the right order. There's no shenanigans, and blue makes sticks, and red turns them, rotates them, and sticks them into a ring. And it uses the usual, or something we've seen before, with the checking for either element to know when it's done its 4 loops. And once it sees those on the correct side, then it knows that it's about to be done.
So instead of counting it,
yeah,
two
it saves
sensors.
on counting to 4.
Okay. And I wondered when I was looking at, why does it need the bond minus?
This is...
Oh, because
I think he could have accidentally double bonded.
Right.
Because blue ran twice there. I need to double check that.
It's okay.
Where did we see a double bond?
Let's turn off the overlay.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
Overlay is now off. Thank you, Lazy.
And yeah, we could go look for the 111 case too.
Well, are we there yet?
Bond you.
No, we're still in the second input.
I think it's just because it already has bonds, so it needs to debond and then rebond to get the last one. That is, some bonds are already hanging over the bonds.
Right. Oh, and there is another bond minus.
Yep. And then same thing on the bottom. And then it just does a very efficient grab, rotate, drop, and it's already in the output zone.
Right.
So it's very low latency there.
Okay. Now here, I believe, is our case. The third atom has a 111 in it. So let's go take a look at it. It's down here.
So
And-
another side, right around now. So
Okay.
the next loop for blue. So here, blue is about to hit the neodymium and not zinc again. So red does have to time that movement so that blue can. So that blue's third sensor check is exactly when it has moved. Right here. So we already passed the one case there.
Yeah, I think we did. Let's go again to 450, 400. Here it is.
So after red goes up and rotates, and it'll be right after that is blue's next one. Or one loop after that, sorry. Now,
Okay.
so here it hits neodymium, and it's also got not zinc, so it knows that it's got
Right.
double neodymium, and then it's moved at the exact right time by red, so that the last check can say there is neodymium, and we know that we were on neodymium, so
Excellent.
or there is not zinc rather.
Right. Okay. Well. And then run a little bit. Just get legs under it. Okay. And
Yeah, this is a very efficient implementation of the counterclockwise two-sensor algorithm, and just pays a little bit of cost in that splitting by blue, I think.
okay, and here's the result screen for this. 533,000 cycles. And 5 and change, giving Sir a metric of 1172.6, a score of 20.096, or just a half a point better than the previous ones. This is let's go take a look at the previous one, 1172, 1194. Gosh, this is in the range where everything was really tight. Nice job, sir. Thank you. In third place is DariusOne solution, and I'm going to explain it. I snagged this from RPO because I just think it looks so cool. Let's go take a look. It's another one of these reactor solutions that involves 2 reactors, one for scanning and one for assembly. He's only scanning a single atom. The other 3 sensors are here, and where's that fourth one rather?
It's in the middle.
Oh,
It's
they're
also
actually, I probably also use, I believe. In any case, let's go just take a look at blue's design. Oh, that's so pretty. Reds, let's ignore blue for a minute and just see how the molecules are moved past the sensors. Here we are, we got our sync. He's going to do 1, 2, 3. Then he's going to do 1, 2, 3. Then he's going to rotate it and going to do 1, 2, 3. That's right, there's the other sensor being used. So each time he's going to go past this, blue's going to take 3 sides of this box. Let's go take a look at blue with annotations on. Here we are. Very simple annotations. Since this is replicated 4 times, we'll just look at this edge. If we get a no zero, no zero, no zero, we're looking at the 1, 1, 1, and we output it directly. If we get only, let's just see for a minute here. If we get a 0, there we are, a 0 and another 0, well then we're going to output it directly. In all other cases, we swap and then output it. He's conveniently made, he doesn't output a ring of zincs, it just supposed to look like a 0, and a 0 indicated there, and this looks like a 1. And a 1, yeah, I thought that was really cute too. It took me a while to figure out what he was doing. But in any case, really nice, because between every sync, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 cycles for every sink. We're going to take a look, keep that in mind, because when we look at his assembly reactor, it's also got a 6 cycle loop. There's no sink at all in this assembly reactor. It's all done by timing. First, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go take a look at this run. And here he's got a, well, I guess we've seen it run enough. Just beautiful. And not really adding anything by watching this, so I'm just going to head into the assembly reactor.
Annotations.
Annotations are going to be off now. Here's the annotations. As I said, red has a 6 cycle loop in here, and it's just making blocks of strings of 3. And blue's going to jump in there and do a rotate judiciously. Because it did a rotate, we need a wall flip-flop to get everything uncycle again. And here's another wall rotate followed by a wall flip-flop. And blue's going to go up here, grab the output, drop it there, output it, and it's going to just waste some time. It's got a little time to burn. What the heck? Let's go take a trip. Here's the rotate without the rotate command without a atom in there, a molecule in there. So this wall flip-flop is wasting a cycle that wasn't really needed. Well, it's going to fix that by first wasting a couple cycles there. And there's the counterbalancing for this one. Get back in parity. And he's going to go over here. Oh, too early. Going to go back. And he hits this swap just as red gets first input. I think that's beautiful.
Latency.
Yeah. I just think that's fantastic. And there's blue's little trip. Back and forth and back and forth, and we're now on our 3rd input, so let's go see our 111 case. We've been so curious about those. Here's, oh, I didn't miss it. I think it's this
Next one. Yeah, here.
Here. Okay, no 0, no 0, no 0. So we get, there's our 111 case. And
yeah, those 2 sensors in the middle for the 3 checks to be done in a row is pretty clever.
Yeah.
For corners and stuff.
I just can't get over how pretty that is. Anyhow, let's get out of here and let's watch it go. And we could sit here for it. Might even be worth it. But let's go there and there. DariusOne clocks in with 532 cycles, 484. For a metric of 1170.4. A score of 20.350, an improvement of 0.254, which again, let's go take a look. 1172, 1170, oh my gosh. That's really close. Wow. It was, like I said earlier, there were about 6 solutions that were separated by 80 metric, and then the top 2, we'll see, very different. Anyhow, thank you very much, DariusOne. I really enjoyed your solution. In 2nd place, we have Andy. Andy's got this solution, and so Biggie Mac's going to explain it to us. Go ahead, Biggie.
Yeah, so coming off of this tight wad of 3 reactor solutions, it's impressive to see that Andy comes out ahead by so much with a 4 reactor solution. And to compensate for all the penalty that the 4th reactor incurs, there's an incredible increase in throughput here. So let's take a look. First, let's just look into the prep reactor in the bottom left. That one's doing a very simple job on a 6 loop of passing on a neodymium zinc bonded pair into the next reactor.
Okay, well,
and similar to JoJo's, it's going to be used with a pair of swappers to allow not ever to need a split, because they're both available. You just have to pick which one goes into which reactor using swaps. Let's see it downstream.
I'm just going to point out something about that very first reactor. That there's actually no need for 2 sinks in this reactor. Blue can also have a psi output in the tile below the blue grab, and that would cause both red and blue to stall on psi output. And if you do that, then you save 2 symbols and add 1, which saves a symbol.
Yes, saving symbols on the second place cycles puzzle.
Okay, well, let's go start this one over again. And let's go look at this reactor.
The Rule 110 sensing reactor here is done in a fascinating way that I had thought about when I first saw this puzzle of, if we have a ring of 12 atoms, 3 atoms in a row are going to be output to the next one that'll all sit in a line, which makes the rotations and all of the geometry parts of this problem very straightforward. But it makes the sensing part of this a nightmare, because now you're treating it as a rule that reduces a 5-atom piece to 3 atoms. Andy does exactly that, and we can turn on the annotations to get a bit of a sense of why and how.
Uh-oh. Can I turn off blue, or should I leave it on?
Turn off blue for the clarity here. So if you're looking at 5 atoms, you get 3 bits of information sent to your output from it, and the specific 5 atoms that you're going to be sensed are, as Rex cursor is showing, the green box on that input. Andy's going to move his ring over those sensors such that those 5 atoms all get their 0 cases, the ones that'll be a 111, a 100, or a 000, flagged as that specific atom being a 0 in the next reactor. But it's more or less freeform in the order of which he does it, because it's just whatever is best for throughput. And Andy has a mind for throughput, not necessarily a mind for something that people can look at a glance and be like, oh, that's smart. So yes, this is smart, but you won't see at a glance exactly what it's doing. So let's give it a bit of a watch to see in what order pairs and triplets of atoms are being sensed.
He checks whatever is on the sensors, not necessarily what makes sense.
Okay.
It's minimizing complexity of SpaceChem program, not complexity of thought.
Okay, so first we're scanning here.
So red and blue are currently on the same tile. Red and blue Waldo are both there. That is the sync up point. Whenever an edge is done being processed, red and blue will once again be at that location. That is red's home. That is blue's grab home. And now the path that red takes is completely dependent on the 5 atoms that it's going to be sensing.
Okay. I'm going to go
looking for a 0-0 pair at the bottom here. And in all other cases, it's going to pass in a different direction.
Okay.
0-0 case goes to the right. 1 case goes to the left. Now it's checking for 0-0 there, and then it's checking for 1-1-1 there. And all of these possibilities are annotated in terms of a 5-atom block, because that is the way that it is most clean to view this solution, but that doesn't mean that it's clean to view this solution in any way.
Okay.
If we turn on blue, we get to see at least what the operations that blue is hitting are, because blue is also handling inputs and swaps and outputs to the recycler.
Yeah.
Red's in charge of determining whether it needs to hit swap 2 extra times to signal a 0 output, or if it's fine and there's no extra work needed, because it's just going to be producing 1 outputs with no intervention from red.
Oh boy. Okay. So here we've got, in this case, we have a 000, which is handled in the overlay right X00 here, this bit of the overlay.
So red did take that branch on account of the lack of
zinc.
Lack of neodymium in
Not
any of
gonna
those
do.
locations, yeah.
Right.
So there's a pair of swaps that Red just ran over, and that swap is going to see tunnels 1 and 3 under the input, and tunnels 2 and 4 on the output, which means that with a single swap, neodymium are in an order which will cause neodymium to be output to the recycler and zinc to be output to the omega. But with 2 more swaps, as it just happened, it'll do it the other way around.
Oh boy. Okay, and now we hit this sensor.
Yep, a new branch that will distinguish on the top 3 of that 5-atom block. And in this case, it is not 111, so it'll pass to the downwards direction.
Okay. Oh, and then he has to rotate, which completely.
And now we're sensing 2 atoms because that's where the sensors land. And so it's really cool that a single rotate on blue and this otherwise pretty straightforward path allow for the full set of 111 senses and X00 senses to happen over the sensor block. I don't know how Andy's mind works. I don't know how many iterations it took to reach this. But
Just, he does like 2 or 3 sensors, whatever's available.
Yeah, it's like it's almost a greedy algorithm where you just do what's convenient first, but it worked out really, really well.
Yeah. Also, it's worth noting that the annotation we just passed has the mathematical not symbol there, so that means that we're in a case that is not 111XX.
That's right. Okay, that does make a lot of sense.
Right.
Or the logical operator, I should say.
And so here
Otherwise,
we are.
2 different ors.
Okay. And we're looking at these 2, which is
so
two
an
things.
X00 check for the first 3 bits.
So we're going down.
And this is post rotation, so now that green L shape has to be interpreted with your head turned to the right. Because now the L starts there and goes to the left and up 1. Yep.
So these are the L-shaped piece. Okay. We hit 2 swaps, so we can now put a 0.
Yep, because the first atom now was identified as an X00 case, which puts a zinc.
And here's blue outputting the 0. Now we're at this point. Let's turn off blue again.
And now since it's on 3 sensors, it's detecting whether it's 0 because of 111 option.
Okay. It's not. And so
red just handles what blue didn't. Blue's loop is short enough that it doesn't get to place all the commands needed to supply a series of 1s. So by this depth in the branching, red has a lot of work to do still. It has to cover some of the gaps that blue would have had. But it's impressive. 15 cycles go by and you've passed 3 bits to the next reactor, and that is a really efficient transfer of information.
And here we are.
Yeah, it just in that last bit, so it just did the output out of order in that last one.
Yeah,
from the first corner that it checked.
Right.
We'll see that in the assembly. The assembly is really interesting. Okay.
And then blue just does this loop 4 times. Once it's done all 4 different corners, it can output. There's a flip-flop counter in there to make sure it's not doing anything out of order. The flip-flops are on the second column from the right in blue.
Right.
After 4 passes, it'll go up to the top, grab it again, pass it to the recycler, grab the new input.
Now this time red went to the right.
Yes, so that is because the corner has at its bottom 2 positions 0, 0.
Right.
And that is... So red has a duplicate version of most of its logic for each branch. It's 32 distinct paths that red could take to its home from its home.
Wow.
And they're indicated by the 32 permutations of that array of 5. There might be some that are mapped onto each other. I know I tried, so because I was also trying to do this 5-to-3 reduction, I did a little bit of work to take the finite state machine on 32 inputs and reduce and compare some inputs to each other and make them slightly less complex, but I didn't carry it to fruition, and I was hoping someone at the top would, and Andy did, so it's so good to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting that he uses that first sensor as a check, that he won't use the information from it until much later.
Right.
And that's one of his last pads.
Yeah, the states can be compressed really well.
Because that swap right there is performing the X00 case, because we already know that it's X00 based on when we first sense the ring at the top of the reactor.
Right.
Yeah, the information is preserved across those 3 bits. It's really cool.
Right.
It's also a question now of how the assembler keeps up with this speed.
Well, let's go take a look at this assembler. How about that?
Yeah.
I'm going to start the
Annotations
assembler
need
from
to go
this.
away, otherwise we're crying.
No, we're going to lose our heads. Let's start the reactor over again in the beginning.
So
Yeah,
we're
we need to
getting
keep in mind
3
that
bits of
they were output
information.
out of order. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 bits of information in a freeform order, but it's consistent order because all the paths across red make sure that the bit comes in the same order. But it is not the clockwise around that reactor or around the ring order. So the first 2 of them go here, and then the last one will go to the left of them both. So those 3 atoms that it's holding right now were actually input
1,
middle,
2,
bottom,
3.
top. Yep. And the rotation direction is consistent with it being the next one's. There's a drawing you can write of the order in which Andy's things come in, but I don't think there's a quick way to say it in words. What's also really nice is that with this bond layout and this order of making it, a single bond plus command will join all of the things around that corner. So you don't need to have extra bond pluses and then worry about bond minus to compensate for them.
Or do you need an extra rotate and drag it somewhere else, or it's just already where it needs to be?
Yeah, it's a few steps away from the output position, a single bond plus needed for an entire corner. This is a symbol efficient way, and when you have tight loops, being symbol efficient is actually really relevant because you don't need a lot of commands. Commands will take a cycle to run each.
Now, do we want to look at that third input to see how he handles that 111 case, or?
It'll have a new path for red through the reactor, but so many of them will have a new path for red because when you're looking at the 32 different possibilities for a corner, it's going to be not altogether more illuminating to look at one more.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And I think it takes several inputs before it goes a particular path before we're happy.
Yeah, I think if you go into that reactor and you hold 3, you'll get to see red trace all the different paths. Like sometimes it'll stay on the bottom, sometimes it'll go loop around the left. There'll be eventually one that hits the top row.
Yeah.
That might be we'd need the annotations to see for sure, but that might be the 11111 case.
Annotations.
I think because it's
Yes, that's the 11111
that's the 11111 only case, yeah. So red has options for every possibility, but some of them are hard to get to.
Really nice job, Andy. We really liked your reactor. Thank you very much.
Is well thought out, and it was a lot to get head around, but it's showing how you can improve throughput by processing more information in one pass.
Yeah.
And when you do it that way, you get to save that information to use whenever. As long as
we were very confused analyzing it when we saw him like merging branches. Like, didn't he just throw all his information away? Oh no, he's got the entire first sensors check is just saved for later.
Okay. Let's go out and not much to see here except wow. And let's go
the
stop.
path through the recycler is busy because every time one atom is chosen to be part of the ring, the other atom is discarded. It's an implementation of the double swap that'll just always do that.
Okay, and let's go take a look at the results screen. Andy gets a cycle count of 451,596, a metric of 1,083.6, a score of 21.917, getting close to that perfect 24, but not quite there. A improvement of 1.567 after all those solutions were bunched up, and he takes a huge quantum leap to get to this place.
It's really cool to see 4 reactors make that big of a difference because the metric is structured like a 1 reactor, 10% cycles, and you kind of internalize that is how much faster you'll get with 1 reactor. But Andy found a way for it to be a lot more.
We got 451,000 cycles approximately, and 1,083 metric. 532 cycles for DariusOne, and 1170 metric. If you can keep those numbers in your head that fast, you're better than me, but let's just say Andy did really good. Our number 1 solutions by Zought, which is Zig and Tough Thought, and Zig's here to explain it to us, so let's go through that Zig.
Okay, so there's a lot of squiggly pipes in here, but the first reactor is the core of the solution, and the rest of why the rest is necessary will become obvious later. So, yeah, red is a bit overwhelming here, but it'll be easiest to see what red's doing. It's actually pretty simple if we just turn red off and let it run. So it's a two-sensor algorithm, similar to a lot of other solutions, but we're running it clockwise instead of counterclockwise, unlike some others.
Oh.
And red is just doing a lot of squiggles and moving it along to the two atoms at a time. Yeah, that's just that, and now we can take a look at blue and blue's annotations. So this is like some of the previous ones, this is a state machine solution, but the core idea is a bit different. So the reason where we started out a few days before the deadline was we were picking between the clockwise and counterclockwise two-sensor algorithms, and the final optimization that came was trying to get red to support blue more. But in the counterclockwise algorithm, you have to do a look ahead to the next check for the 1-1-1 case. And that it makes it pretty difficult for red to support blue fast enough. So that's why we opted to go with the clockwise algorithm. And how the clockwise algorithm works is basically you check two atoms at a time, and similar to the other two-sensor algorithm, if you see both a zinc and a 1 and a 0 in the first 2 bits, then you know that you can just do an output. So that's that top right rectangle of 6. Those 3 sensors in the top right, that's just the first state. So all it does is say if we see any zeros, then and at least a 1-1, then we're going to output a 1, and if not, we're in the 0-0 case, we're going to output a 0. And it's using the usual swap method that a lot of other solutions did. So it'll output on the right if it's supposed to be a 1, and on the left if it's supposed to be a 0. But if it sees a 1-1 in the first 2 bits, then it knows that it's going to need to check for the 1-1 case. But the advantage of running clockwise is that now that information is already stored from the previous check, and we just use blue's position as the state to know that. So when it gets to that left state is always running whenever it has just encountered 2 1s in a row. And if it sees the next one as a 1, then it knows that it needs to downgrade, so it turns it into a 0, and if not, then it goes back to the previous state. So the states can basically be summed up as in a too long neodymium sequence or not in a too long neodymium sequence. Yeah, so this looks a lot. There's some other paths that look complicated, but those are just initialization at the bottom. And those are just to help check. It checks the very first atom that appears to know what state to go to, and it duplicates one of the checks for efficiency for one of the states, and then it goes into the right state that it's supposed to be in.
Okay.
And yeah, so if we look at red now a bit, we can see that red is doing a lot of support for blue. So the big optimization that we made to get down from 6 cycle loops to 4 is that red is going to assist with the in beta and the swap that is always needed. And fitting that in was hellish, but is possible. This careful arrangement that uses no sinks, because sinks just take up a cycle we didn't have to afford.
Wow.
So we squiggle, grab, drop, drop, in beta, swap, grab, drop again. And we do that all around the outside edge. So we might want to run red back from the start, and we can see a bit more closely what red's doing. There's a bunch of timing commands which don't matter right now. Those are just so that we can time some latency properly. But blue is always going to be knowing that every 4 cycles the atoms will be on the sensors. And red doesn't need to worry about exactly timing when it moves, because blue is always outputting its current one and doesn't have to do any look-aheads like with the counterclockwise algorithm.
So it grab, drop, input, swap. Grab, drop, input, swap.
Yep. Blue's going to check these 2 atoms. Doesn't have to do anything special. Keep going. And we're not going to see the 1-1 case ever in this one.
Not in this input. That's the 3rd input. We get that.
You can ignore that flip-flop. That's also just a pathing escape for later. But yeah, red keeps squiggling around the outside edge. Keeps squiggling. And eventually it's going to... So this spawner layout was chosen because it's nice for 3 of the sides, but eventually we need to do a rotate. And so what just happened there was red rotated in the middle of blue's checks. And that's okay, because the same 2 atoms that started on the sensors end on the sensors after the rotate.
Oh,
Which was, I had to do that to make it be fast enough to not have to delay by 4 seconds.
Well, yeah, you've got grab, drop, input, swap. How do you...
So here red actually falls behind slightly on its timing. But this is okay because, again, blue's timing is not precise, unlike in the counterclockwise solutions. Blue just needs it to have been on there at a certain point, and it doesn't need you to like move it at the exact moment in between while it's checking.
Wow.
And then red gets stuck. Red actually got stuck in the middle of all its squiggles, and I have to do a fancy little shtick to escape here. This was practically an all-nighter on the Wednesday night before the deadline, was this reactor.
Wow.
And it traces back along the path it came out of and escapes with a flip-flop.
Wow. How did blue know to get to the sink right here?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So blue has, if you look at the far right sensor, it actually could just be an arrow upwards, except for the fact that blue needs to escape its loops when there's nothing on the sensors. So after it detects there is no neodymium, it should be implied that there is zinc. But if there's nothing of either of them, then it just escapes. If red took everything off.
Nice.
There's actually, I discovered just today that there was a 2-symbol save by having blue use only one escape route and just go to the other state if it needs to, but it's not too important. Blue has 2 places where it escapes from its states. It could just have one, and the timing is not important.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the gist of this reactor, and it manages to have, thanks to its no sinks and only doing like a swap or 2, it manages to have constant 4-cycle loops, and the outputs are exactly every 4 cycles. And that's going to prove useful for the second reactor, or the last reactor.
Should we look at this reactor first?
Yeah. So this is, for reasons we wanted to have a zinc ring. For speed reasons for the last reactor, we wanted to do fusion instead of fission, because it lets you just input directly onto a fuser, so we decided to make a zinc ring. But if we want to fuse zinc into it, we don't have the zinc input, so we had to make a zinc ring out of neodymium.
Let's go take a look at this reactor.
Yeah, so this is the throughput on this only has to be like slightly faster than the other processes, but it's pretty efficient, and it just splits everything. Thanks to multiple splitters too.
Yeah. Let's watch it one more time.
And
really
so the
beautiful.
reason for all the pipe squiggles that we see on the overworld is because it takes time for that first ring to get built. And if we want to do like time inputs correctly, the first reactor has to not output until that ring is ready. So that's why the pipe has a very big squiggle from the zinc input.
And let's start.
So here we go. We have a zinc ring, and we have some zincs coming in.
So zinc ring.
And we know that things are going to happen every 4 cycles, so we don't need to do syncs between all the inputs. So red times an input with the same time the blue fuses. And the only sync, that sync is actually only for a 1-cycle stall. It's not actually for like keeping the Waldos in sync with each other, really. And yeah, it just goes around and does blind fuses, and if not, then red swaps away the other one. That other input is only necessary to tell this reactor that it's done one input and keep moving along the ring. So this has the advantage over a lot of the previous solutions did a neodymium ring that had to be split out of, but that requires swapping and moving onto a splitter, or already being on a splitter and moving onto a swapper to get the excess garbage out. But with this, the input can be directly over the fuser, which is why it's a bit easier. And we'll see that I guess we already passed it, but the latency is pretty good on the end timing too.
There it is.
So, yeah, that's from that input to the drop in output is, I guess, 5 cycles, including the rotate.
Wow. Huh.
Which is not the lowest of all the solutions, but ours happen to need that rotate at the end. I've never been really clear on when solutions can accidentally cause the rotate or not, but yeah, isomorphism, so we had to do a rotate.
I just love working with the zinc ring and only fusing when you need to. That's really cool.
Yeah. It seemed like the cleanest way to avoid having to do a lot of manual handling.
And there it is. Rotate, drop, and we're done.
And then Red just does some more timing to wait for the next, specifically so that it can, where is it? Time the next input alpha and fuse to be exactly at the same time, I believe. Or I forget why we need to slow down Red there. Otherwise something crashed.
Okay. Do we need to see the 111 case? We're already on input 3.
Yeah, we could take a look at any 1-1 case. Doesn't even have to be 1-1-1, really. But yeah, sure, here. So this is, so then blue escapes out to the left eventually. Let's see, how long are we? Oh yeah, it's running the other way, so it'll take longer this time. So right about
I already missed it.
Oh, we did already miss it. It was at the start. Sorry. Here it is, yeah. So one, there's still a zinc, so it stays in that state, and then here now that it'll go to the left.
Right. And here it goes down, because it's still 111. But here's the...
Exiting, it goes back to the other state and just does an output on the way over there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's basically just the am I in a neodymium sequence versus am I not in a neodymium sequence states.
Wow. Okay. That's... And blazing fast, but we're so impatient. Here's the result screen. 409,000 cycles, 636. With a metric of sub 1,000, 982.8, and a perfect score of 24. An improvement of just over 2 points. It's a big, big win. Andy, for instance, got a metric of 1,083 versus 982. Yeah. Over 100 metric bigger.
Optimizing on Thursday night until we got it under 1,000, just on principle.
That was
we were at like 1,002 or whatever.
That was really good. Congratulations, Zig. Congratulations, Tough Thought. That's a really great victory. It's a really fun final puzzle RPO. And, yeah. But wait, there is more. We have bonus solutions, so let's go take a look at that. Our first bonus solutions by brookieoz. He did it all in one reactor. Let's go see how Brookie did it in one reactor. Go Brookie.
Right. So this is a one reactor solution that I stumbled across while so there was a time where I was working on my solution, and I was like, okay, I don't actually need this disassembly and reassembly reactor. I could just, with how things were working out, I could just, use swappers and just break them down into atoms one by one and just use that instead. And I was trying to see if it was actually better than a 2 or 3 reactor, if it was better than a 3 or 4 reactor solution. But it ended up not being the case. The reason why that happened is because while red, the logic Waldo is red in this case, which is in contrast to blue in my original, or in Stockholm Syndrome's original solution. But the problem is red, because it's holding on to its information while in all these different states, red can't help out with blue with pretty much any of the processing. Why is this a problem? Well, it means that the Waldo loading is really uneven. Blue has to do pretty much all of the work, while red does all the logic, which isn't really any actual useful work. It just decides. It just decides whether or not to change it or not. The only actual work that red does is in the 111 case, I need to change a neodymium back into a zinc, and it just grabs the waste zinc and drops that into the output. That's literally the only thing that red does. Yeah. So
It's right here.
yes, it's that rectangle down there. Otherwise, red is really not helping blue with anything, and that slows down the solution a lot, as you will see soon. So the start of this reactor is pretty much the same thing. If you want to put up the annotations, Rex.
Okay, annotations are up. Should I hide blue or no?
Sure. So the basic concept is actually the same. You have 4 different states, each representing for red in red's position, each representing one of the 4 possibilities for the first 2 atoms. And depending on how or what the next atom is being read, red will transition between these states and decide whether or not it will input a beta and fuse it to change a zinc to a neodymium, or split a neodymium in the 101 case to create a zinc. And it also uses uses sensors to detect the first 2 atoms, so that the wraparound is achieved essentially by holding the information in red's position while it does the whole thing. So yeah, concept-wise, this is the same as Stockholm Syndrome solution, which probably doesn't help very much because it was, to begin with, a really complicated solution. But as you can see here, blue is doing literally all the rest of the work. And blue will create this L-shaped half and essentially hold it over there while it feeds the rest of the atoms in one by one. And during all this time that blue is manipulating all of these things, red is doing nothing.
Red is sitting around drinking beer.
But yeah.
Okay. And red knows where it is, the previous 2 inputs based on the where its position is.
Yes. And you might see some zinc sensors around, or rather, there's a zinc sensor in the 00X case that looks like it's going to be hit in the 000 loop. But similarly to the previous Stockholm Syndrome solution, everything is timed. So the only time that it'll actually hit that zinc sensor is when things need to reset. Yeah, so blue will come over, input a zinc, put that on a sensor, and tell red to break out of the thing, and yeah. As for blue, you can.
As for blue,
yeah, the annotations are
gone.
Finished. Yes. As for blue, there's an 8-cycle loop at the bottom. That's the main logic cycle. It swaps to get to the next atom, and it will bond plus and drop to make like the result. The result gets made in a stick because that's the easiest way to just get all these things on. I cannot use a timing-based approach here because blue needs to break out of these things to feed the next 3 atoms in, which is why this solution has a bunch of sinks. Yep. Yeah, and when it counts to 6, it will take that 6 stick and then it'll fold it into an L, and that's how it makes half the output. And then there's a flip-flop that lets it assemble the other half of the output and then output. A bunch of flip-flops for logic. And yeah.
This is not an easy puzzle to do one reactor on.
No.
No, it is not.
But you didn't have to store both the input and the output into the same reactor. You're getting rid of the input as you're making the output.
The input is the output.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Right. I think that's actually the only way to do something like this. I know it is possible to rotate like 2 4x4 blocks. It is not easy whatsoever, though.
Counterpoint did.
Reactor while one is rotating, yeah.
Counterpoint did it. I forget what he did. It's been hours ago since I've started this video, but it certainly didn't. Was it?
Placement of sensors.
Counterpoint did a one sensor algorithm with Red doing all the construction, and
yeah, but he had very clever placement of sensors to like prevent unnecessary rotation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, with 4x4 blocks, having more than one of them in your reactor and having to rotate them gets really, really space or tight in terms of space. So, yeah, especially if you have like a template, like a zinc ring, and you're deciding whether or not you should be fusing into it, it gets very, very difficult to, in a space management kind of way, to figure out how to fit everything in. And yeah, that's why I'm building a 6-stick at the very bottom of the reactor.
Right. Okay. Anything more to add? Should I run it?
Sure. It is relatively low symbols, as in 145 is definitely
it's lower than the
less
average for all the systems. Yeah.
It's lower than average, but that's pretty much only because this is one reactor. But
well, you do save on the input alpha in the next reactor.
Yeah, indeed. Well, here we go. It's running. I lack patience, so let's go here. And brookieoz, one reactor, 970,756 cycles. This would give him a metric of 1941, which was the year America entered the war. World War II, but that's not important now. Yeah, thank you, Brookie. That was really interesting. We've got another bonus solution. This one's by Biggie Back, and it's shooting for low symbols. Biggie's here to explain it, so let's go, Biggie.
Yeah, so if you may remember from the legitimate standings, the lowest symbol count was Blueeyedrat with 119. This one's almost 40 better. It's 38 better at 81 symbols. And I was really happy with how it was able to work out. Let's look into the first reactor and see what Red is doing, because Red is doing next to nothing, but it's everything important about the solution. If we watch what Red's loop is, it's got 2 loops, one of them which goes all the way to the right, and one of them which cuts off halfway. Which means in total, it will do its loop in 30 cycles. And then half the time it's going to be dropping the ring over on top of the recycler. Then it'll do its 30 cycles loop and it'll pick it back up and it will be scanning the ring over the sensor. So in essence, that means that every 60 cycles, this ring will make its lap and 3/4 around this sensor, which you can see it doing here. And it has to go more than one full lap around the sensor to take into account the fact that the 12 windows have a total width of 14 effectively. You have to be able to see the first and the last atoms twice to be able to get all the information to make the output ring. But as Red is doing this scan, every 60 cycles, blue is following a 61 cycle loop.
Uh-oh.
Oh gosh.
Which means that each time blue is looking at the next window over when it hits those sensors. And the sensors themselves are doing the most basic version of the Rule 110 logic. You can turn on annotations just so it can be very clear what's happening. In this case, it's blue that's doing the logic, so red's the one that's making invisible.
There we are.
But yeah, there are 2 paths that will put you over the splitter, and all other paths will take you directly to the swapper without splitting. The 2 paths that go over the splitter are an X00 or a 111, which are the 2 options that give you a 0 output. And I had to make sure that all the loops that got to that swapper were the same length. If blue took a different path length on one case and another, it would ruin that 61 cycle magic number. But as is, very cleanly gets through there. It drops via swapping. So drop and swap are the same number of symbols and do the same amount of dropping, but swap lets me choose the position, which is a little more convenient downstream. Like, it doesn't use the swappers in any capacity other than a fancy drop that puts it where I want instead of where it's located. And now the question of, but wait, wouldn't this just run 60 different times and it doesn't ever output? Notice that there's a second sensor in the bottom right corner of the reactor.
Mm-hmm.
That sensor is going to trigger whenever whenever the ring has been placed on top of the recycler zone and at no other times. Because the cycle before it gets dropped there, it's not going to trigger, and as soon as it's been picked up and carried away, it's not going to trigger. So the only time that sensor is active is when red has let go of it and it's in the output zone, which means whenever blue hits an output omega with that sensor covered, it will get rid of the ring, and then it'll be able to test, do I have a zinc or a neodymium on that sensor?
Oh.
So for now, every time it's passed through that location, it has had either a zinc or a neodymium on that sensor. So blue will go, it'll say, okay, still just do the same loop. And 12 times, 12 times in, yeah, that omega that you're hovering over is the magic button. After 12 passes, that's lined up perfectly so that...
And it's...
Not yet. We're 2 cycles away.
So that, yeah.
So that omega is also hit on the way to the right to get rid of the possible split product. So it's serving double duty. Because there is the chance that there's a zinc hanging out that would crash. So that out omega is hit on the right to get rid of any possible zinc, and then again on the left to maybe output the ring.
See.
Someone called Sat here, sure. I'm terrible at understanding low symbol offset timing solutions.
This is
when it's going to get rid of the ring. Red doesn't have any clue what just happened. Red is going around its mindless 60 cycle loop. But blue now can use that sensor to determine, we got rid of our ring. Let's wait for the new one. And so there's timing to work out here, but there's a pipe that I can adjust the length of, which will make blue get that input beta to unblock at the right time. So really, there's an extra pipe that's in there that makes, like, it's not the most efficient route to go around the bottom plus extra 4 tiles. But that allows blue to have the correct timing so that red's in the right place when blue gets its input.
There's the beep, and there's blue picking up again.
And when blue finally does get back around to it, so red has to do the loop that places it on the sensor to let blue get to the input zone. Like the positions within the reactor all worked out on the second iteration. The first iteration of this was still like 102 symbols or something. But
nice.
I rethought it, and I did a lot better.
Wow, that's really cool. I'm really glad you explained that, because I did not get that.
So you'll finally see when when blue hits the first sensor, right here, the atom which was just being sensed is the one to the left of red's hold. So it's scanning around. It's that one, then the one red is holding, and then the one above it. So those 3 are the ones that are producing the first output. Now, if we look in the assembly reactor, we have to make sure that we're building it in that same order. So here is the bonding, and it's just one Waldo. Blue can't meaningfully perform any actions here. If it performed an output hammer, it would change the timing. If it performed a bond hammer, there would be extra bonds being formed I didn't want. So instead, it's just red doing a simple loop, and then there are grabs that will conditionally tell it that it's finished off a side or of the full ring.
Why not a sync hammer?
Why not a sync hammer? You have the answer to that. I know you do.
Okay.
I guess it's a little bit inefficient of me in terms of if this is the fully minimal solution. I used a nuclear reactor here when I didn't have to. This could have just been the
true. Get him out of here.
on Ripper reactor. But it doesn't even use its sensors. It's literally only using the fact that there are 4 bonders. This could have been the standard reactor if RP0 had let us place one. Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Hashtag.
Who would make this only solved with standard reactors? That'd be a foolish way to do this.
That'd be very foolish.
In terms of low symbols, I want to thank Brookie for helping me here. I think the first pass that I made was 86 symbols, but 5 were saved in this reactor. I had the loop that we saw in someone's solution earlier that was input on every single position of the ring while the hammered bond.
Oh. Nice.
It turns out it's much more efficient to do conditional grab sensing. Because now this is the only time that grab will activate. It's even a reused grab. It's like there's a lot of good efficient ways going on here, and that gets it down to 81. And keeping in mind that 30 symbols are used in the standard reactor that I can't move and get rid of.
And you had to move the output here instead of here to make the timing right.
Yeah, because I can only make the pipe longer in even multiples.
Right.
Because if I move it down one further...
Oh, see, you could have done an output hammer. You just had to make the pipe longer by 2.
Yeah, that's true. I could have done an output hammer.
Got him. No, I agree. If you can make it 1 Waldo for no cost, do it.
I could have also moved the red output by 2 and made the pipe shorter. They're all options. But yeah, that Rule 110 process where it's 60 versus 61, it was something I was pretty proud of. And it reminded me of an old solution, a pseudo-dude solution that was low symbols, and it was counting to 95 by desyncing 2 paths.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of is the main game's, what's it called? No Employment Record Found, Sahichar's symbol solution to that. Need to get him out of retirement for this.
Yeah, desync timing ones are very cool. And it means
you had a 12 symbol solution.
I don't have to count. I don't have to use syncs. I just have to make the numbers work, which is harder than it sounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
also, this is nightmarishly slow. We're back to 3 million cycles. So.
Yeah. We're back to 3 million cycles. Let's just go there. Let's go
That's what happens when you take 60 cycles to process an atom.
We'll see you on the results screen in 20 minutes.
Oh, right now. It's okay. I've got a recorded one. This did take 317,772 cycles. Boy, that's a mouthful. And it would have given Biggie Mac a metric of 7,298.5. But it's a bonus solution. Metrics don't matter. The scores don't matter. It's really cool. 81 symbols. Nicely done, Biggie Mac.
And did you know if I remove the rotates from that standard reactor, it's 69 symbols, which is also pretty nice.
Nice.
Oh, you're right. Math. Okay. Our final bonus solutions by brookieoz, and well, there's a story behind this one. Go ahead, Brookie.
Yeah, so back when we were doing the Week 8 commentary, I mentioned that, you know what would be really impressive? If you did round 9 without using sensors. You're kind of looking at part of the result of that, because after we said, okay, let's not use sensors, then the challenge became also no fusers, no fission lasers,
Why?
no flip-flops.
Why?
And also, I added this one myself at the end, only 4 bonders per reactor, which means all of these reactors are essentially standard reactors, because, well, the only thing you can really do is bond plus and bond minus, and you don't even have flip-flops, so... Yeah.
And why is it broken keyboard?
Right, so the story behind the keyboard broken keyboard is, Biggie Mac mentioned in passing, it's like as if your keyboard broke, because the symbols, or the keyboard shortcuts for sensing is Y, for fusing is U, for flip-flop is I, splitting would be J, and swapping would be H. but none of them I can use. So it's essentially that entire half of the keyboard just stopped working, and my keyboard just stops at T and G, or sync and rotate. So that's the story behind the broken keyboard moniker or nickname. But yeah, explaining this solution is really, really, really difficult. So I'm just going to ask for the splash screen or the overlay to get you a general high-level overview of what is even going on here. So the first reactor and the second reactor are, and the last reactor are probably the only three that are easily explainable. The first one is a deconstructing reactor. All it does is it takes the box and debonds it to get a stream of atoms. That's easy enough. The feedback control reactor, it's a bit more complicated, because that is where I need to achieve wraparound. Because the last two inputs, I kind of have to have the information from them fed back in, because Rule 110 in this case is being done in a loop. It's not done in one big line, but rather a loop. So that's why that's there. I'll go into detail about this much later. And lastly, the other easy to explain reactor is the assembly reactor. It takes in a stream of atoms and it builds the box, and then it outputs that back into the default reactor. All right, with that out of the way, we got to talk about reactors A, B, C, and D. Oh boy. So, like Bavarium, I am actually testing Rule 110 in the simplest way that I know how to, which is we look for the X00 case and the 111 case. Both of those three cases will output a zinc. Every other case outputs neodymium. So all this is doing is checking for X00 and 111. Don't ask me for more, because I think it's too complicated to do any more than that. All right. I think that's enough talking for the overview, and we'll have to go and talk about the reactors in depth by going into each of them.
Where to first?
All right. Probably let's go with reactor C.
That's this one, right?
Yes. So essentially, the way that I have to check for this is I need to make something called a cradle. What is a cradle? Usually what a cradle is it's like a box of atoms that has multiple spots where you can bond atoms from the cradle onto a single atom that you don't know about. Why is this a thing? Well, it's because in the case that you have to do sorting by bond number, you can drop the cradle wherever, bond a whole bunch of times, debond a whole bunch of times, and then depending on how many bonds and debonds, you can sort by bonds that way. So that's the primary purpose of a cradle. In this case, my cradle is pretty much that, but because particularly the atoms that I have to work with have bond limits 2 and 3, if I bond all my atoms in a box, then all my bonds are actually saturated, which means I can test if there's a neodymium if it actually makes a bond in the first place. So this reactor starts up by making the cradle. Those 2 zincs down there actually represent the previous atom's leftovers, and that actually needs to be discarded. There's special casing in the reactors for that. But it will create this cradle, move it, drop it, and output it, and then it'll move 1 zinc over, and that is the result zinc. what do I mean by result zinc? As in, that zinc will tell whether or not I need to output a 1 or a 0. It's what all my operations are being done on. Right.
Okay. We done here for now?
Yes.
Where to next?
Right, so now the solution runs, and we can go to Reactor A. So this reactor takes in that cradle, and that zinc right up there that it just bonded, that is the very first atom of the first input.
Okay.
So what is it doing? Now it is going to try to check if the last two atoms are zinc. So this checks for the X00 case. Because right now both of them are 0, nothing is bonded. So the what happens is the zinc stays in that corner. If that's the case, blue will grab that zinc and drop it into the lower corner. What does that mean? That means we found X00, which means that whatever output it's supposed to be is supposed to be 0.
Okay.
If it wasn't X00, what would happen is blue will end up bonding it to one of the two zincs at the bottom there, and red will grab onto it, and the zinc gets deposited in a different location.
I think we have to wait for our neodymium to come in for this to be at all interesting. So let's...
Yeah, so I think this is the first one, but you won't see it because it's the 100 case.
And 100.
Yeah. It reads clockwise, so...
Okay, there. The one that used to be here is now here. So we're left with a 010.
Yeah, so this time, it bonds onto the zinc, and blue fails to grab anything. And instead, red will grab onto its thing, and it'll drop the zinc elsewhere. And pretty much the same thing happens in the 011 case, which will be coming up. Of course, since if there's a neodymium in that corner right here, that will like kind of short circuit the 011 case. So any of those three possibilities, the 010, 001, and 011, all those cases will end up with the zinc being dropped in the top corner instead.
Also the 111 case, but you're special casing it out somewhere else.
Right. I should have said X01, X10, and X11. Right, so now we can go to the second reactor.
Fortunately, this reactor's not going to see much excitement until we get 111, which happens on the third input.
Right. So, if you can recall, this reactor is the one that's responsible for special casing out the 111 case. It also partially deconstructs the cradle for the next reactor. But essentially what it tries to do is it tries to bond the second and the third atoms together. Why does it do this? Well, what this does is that it essentially tests for the X11 case. Because if you have X10 or X01, nothing's going to happen because the zinc is saturated with bonds. So that doesn't change anything there, and the zinc, if it's at the top, is going to get picked up with a bond and then carried over, and it's going to indicate a 1. So that's totally fine. What makes a difference, though, is the X11 case. The X11 case will form a double bond between those neodymiums. So then, that means that the neodymiums will be saturated with bonds. And what ends up happening is the very first atom, which is the very bottom left corner atom, that ends up being a zinc or a neodymium. In the case that it's neodymium, that will pick it up on the third, on its third slot. And if it's 0, 1, 1, it will not pick it up on that third slot. And that's how I differentiate between the 1, 1, 1 case and the 0, 1, 1 case. And everything else, I don't have to check because it's already checked already, which is the 1, 0, 0 and 0, 0, 0 case. So I don't have to worry about those messing up the operation of this reactor, thankfully. And yes, as Rexkix previously said, we don't actually see this really in operation until like the third input or something.
Should we see if we can scan ahead towards that?
Sure.
Do you have a cycle number, or should I do it?
I think it was 3,500 or so.
Here, let's just watch this guy come in, because I think it's interesting how it fails.
Right. So if there's a neodymium zinc in any order in the last two, it will not make this extra bond, and then it'll pick up that zinc and deposit it into the omega. But here's where the interesting stuff starts to happen. So there's the double bond. It formed a double bond between the neodymium, and it's going to try to bond that third atom over. Neodymium, in the case of 111, will move that over. If it isn't...
Wait, Red stole my atom!
Yes.
That's what Blue's thinking.
So, in the case that... in the case of 011, Blue would have grabbed onto the zinc that was left behind and dropped it onto the top left corner of the omega output. But if it's the 111 case, Red will debond and grab onto that zinc first and move it away and drop it onto the omega output in the indicating 0 position. So here you can see Blue grabs onto its thing. Red would have grabbed onto it if it was the 111 case and dropped it at that bottom corner. So that's how I separate between the 011 case and the 111 case.
Okay. Where do we go next?
We can go to the Reactor C just to quickly talk about what it's doing after it makes the cradle. So Reactor C, after it makes the cradle, only has to do one thing. So it already receives the cradle in 2 pieces, and what it's doing is it's shifting over the reading frame by 1. So that's what it's doing with debonding and then rebonding. It shifts over the reading frame by 1, and then it inputs another zinc for the next operation of rule 110.
Okay.
All right.
Shall we cover the easier reactors? Disassembly, assembly,
Right.
And I forget what you called this.
Feedback control.
That's
so. We can quickly take a look at the disassembly and assembly reactors. So this literally just takes your input and just makes it into a stream of atoms. It debonds and Blue just outputs.
Shall we start all over and see it work? Or
yeah, sure. So because I only get 4 bonders, there's a reason why I have to do this rotate and then bond minus and drop instead of just, going leftwards. And then the second reactor.
Oh god.
So the second reactor. So now I'm going to cover this one in more depth or in more detail. Recall that when I first make the cradle, there's 2 atoms that's left over from the previous input. So what actually happens is I have to run through the processing 14 times instead of the expected 12. Blue has it programmed in, like hard-coded programmed in the logic that says, okay, when I first get the 2 atoms that are from the previous input, I'm going to have to recycle them. I need to trash them. Then it will feed back 2 atoms back in to make the wraparound, and then it trashes the rest of the atoms that come in because we don't need them anymore. So that's what this reactor is doing, and that's why I call it the feedback control reactor, because it controls which atoms are from the previous input. Do I need to feed them back, or do I need to trash them? That kind of thing. So that's what this reactor does.
Okay. And I guess the only thing left to do is to discuss the assembly reactor.
Yes, and we also have to talk about the decoder reactor. But the assembly reactor is pretty simple. Essentially, it's just grabbing atoms one by one appropriately, and then making the output, and then dropping it.
I'll use grab sensing, because you can't count with flip-flops.
But I can count with sinks.
God bless sinks.
You.
Yeah, IEEE will probably have a stroke once he sees this.
I can assure you, I'm thoroughly disappointed.
Yeah, that's next key on your keyboard that needs to get broken. Okay, well, that's...
I'm just imagining a world where you use like the outs as a counter instead of a or the ins as a sink, as some solutions did earlier, and then you could possibly get rid of all the sinks. But
yeah, you can do some pretty crazy stuff with timing instead of sinks, but I am not that crazy. All right. So now we've seen this, let's go to the last reactor that we've yet to see. So we know that we're going to get zinc in either the top corner or the bottom corner, which indicates 1 or 0 respectively. The question is, how do we convert this positional information to actually like neodymium and zinc? Well, that's what this reactor does. The purpose of this reactor is to convert the positional information of where the zinc gets dropped into atomic information of what the atom actually is. How does it do this? Well, if it gets dropped in the bottom corner, red will just drop it into the psi output at the right place. If it's in the top corner, red will bond onto a neodymium and then debond that neodymium onto the same place. It will then sync, and it will wait until blue. It will wait for blue to either decide that it needs to be trashed or not. Why does it need to do that? Well, remember that we have that 14 times thing because I have to run things 14 times to get rid of that too old from the previous input extraneous stuff.
So that's what you were doing there. You got rid of the stuff.
Yes. So the 2 extraneous results that I get from having to run this 2 extra times is taken care of by blue. Meanwhile...
it's the first real one.
Yes. And blue will output before red can grab onto it and then put it into the trash. So the next 12 are real outputs and blue outputs before red can put that into the trash. So, yeah, that's how...
There's a 0.
Yep. And if there's no zinc, then Red will just grab onto the neodymium and drop that into the trash.
How wasteful.
Well, here's one fun thing. If the zinc is supposed to represent a 0, it's never wasted.
Fair point.
So there's your silver lining.
Okay, is it silver or zinc lining? I don't know. Okay, and so Blue's controlling everything here.
Yep.
Very impressive, big Brookie.
Yeah, well, long story short, I got challenged by some SpaceChem mates into doing something like this, and so I did it.
Yeah.
Was it a good idea? I mean, not really.
No.
But,
I'm liking it.
I'm how do I put it? I'm displeased that I'm impressed. Begrudgingly impressed is the word I wanted. Begrudgingly impressed.
Yeah.
It seems to be
It
at
makes
like
sense,
10.
and I hate that I understand it.
Yeah, no, here's our overlay. I understand each and every one of those reactors.
I mean, if you're part of 2018, the frail stuff is pretty easy, but still insane.
Deconstruct feedback control, more like DEF CON.
Yeah. Okay, well, if we were to try to run it to completion, you can see how slowly the numbers go up. Oh god.
yeah. So this thing takes about like half an hour to run at like hyperspeed.
This is hyperspeed.
Right, and if you didn't have hyperspeed, it would take somewhere around the ballpark of 8 hours to run.
Oh my. Oh god.
I know that from experience because of scientific binary, because that sandbox puzzle, I had a solution to that took like 9.6 million cycles to run, and I literally had to run that overnight.
I'll stick to Bogosaur, thanks.
Yeah. Well, that's one nice thing about the community edition is it unlocks the top speed. It's one nice thing about having the possibility of a community edition. The SpaceChem game is now taking feedback from people for things that should be done, and we're getting some really neat stuff from a 9-year-old game that we all really like.
Yeah.
And that game we've now proved is Turing complete.
Yeah, we have.
Proved again, but yeah. Now many more people have proved it.
Yeah. But anyhow.
But now you've proved it without sensors.
Let's pause this. Pretend that we ran it to completion, because here's our results screen. 7,334 cycles, 1,000 cycles, 923. Giving Brookie a supposed metric of 23,470.4. Good for very, very, very last place, but first in our hearts, Brookie. This is really cool. The only thing left to do is give you all the results. For week 9, Scientific Rule 110, in 10th place we had JoJo. 9th place was Stockholm Syndrome, which is brookieoz and Anime. Biggie Mac took 9th position, and Random Element, which is me and Chaboka, got 7th. Team Lazy and Logggy is Lazy Comet and GG Gall. They're in 6th place. Nice job, Lazy Comet. 5th place is Gigs and Rezunes, and they got 5th. They did get 5th place. Sir's in 4th. DariusOne is in 3rd. Andy is in 2nd, and Zought, Zig, and Tough Thought is our first place solution this week. Congratulations, Zig. Congratulations, Tough Thought.
Yeah, it was really fun working with him. I gotta thank him for teaming up with me. It was week 6, I forget. But, yeah, it's been fun working.
The teams, I think, were a really good addition to the tournament. Okay, here's our final results for the whole tournament. It's over, guys. Biggie Mac took 10th place, which is a really strong finish, Biggie. Congratulations. Lazy Comet, oh boy, 9th place. Zig here got 8th place. GG Gall in 7th. brookieoz, 6th place, Brookie. Gigs is in 5th. Resumes is in 4th. Our top 3 are Tough Thought, Sir, and our first place, our winner of the SpaceChem Tournament 2020 is Andy. Nice job, Andy. You took it going away. 133 points to 126. That is a SpaceChem blowout. Today we had me, Rexkix. We had Biggie Mac. brookieoz was here commentating. Thank you, Brookie.
You're welcome.
Gigs was here. JoJo was here. Lazy Comet's still here. Hey, Lazy.
Hey.
RPO, I think you're still here. Thank you. Maybe not. Oh, well, it's been a long video. Zig is still here.
Hey.
And hopefully you're all still here because you're watching this thing. Thank you for watching. It's been a fun year. Bye, everybody.
See you at the 10th anniversary tournament.
Thank you so much for Rexkix, to Rexkix for hosting all of us and doing
and editing
all
what is
the
about to be a very long video.
very, very long video. I think we started at 2 p.m. and this has been 7 hours.
7
of
hours.
just raw footage.
Raw footage.
He's invested so many hours of his summer into this, so we really have to thank him for really high production quality this year.
Yeah, well, this thing is not going to be out in 2 days.
Yeah, no.
It's going to take a while.
As long as you need.
I'll be like, what the heck? Where did all your time go?
Yeah. Now let's go stop recording.